I guess.
Yeah, can't.
Okay,
I'm just
so
giggling at these lines. Holy crap.
welcome
Holy
to
stream
Lancer
started, Batman.
RPG. Day 22, episode 21, Requisition. We missed last session because I don't remember what someone was busy. I don't remember who. So
Life happened.
yeah, life happened. So
Yeah.
this is 2 weeks late, one session late, I guess. So it's been a while. So to recap, both the players and the viewers, last session, you guys basically met the new planetary governor, Alva Mason. He's a interesting fella. Al threatened him a couple of times. Just,
I made up for it.
a little bit. Thanks for the host. But I feel like you got to know him a little bit, and by the end of it, you didn't want to threaten him quite as much.
Right.
And to be fair, was the point in threatening him by the end?
I don't know. I'm not really sure there was a point
He
in
was-
threatening him immediately out the gate either, but like it happened.
He was being dodgy. You know, it seemed like he was dancing around answers, so I was trying to get direct answers. Sorry, Al was.
I feel
I'm
like
just an
Al's
observer
just
into
getting
Al's
sick of all the
antics.
bullshit, so he's just like going straight to threats now.
Yeah, he was like, "Hello, how are y'all doing? Oh, you're being dodgy," and starts in on him.
I know, like it was more like he was like, "Hello," and then he's like, "What did you call us? Why are we in this room? Why are we?"
Yeah, I feel like Al was a little immediately hostile.
But like at this point, Kat is so sick of all the bullshit too that she's just like, "Oh, it's fine if he is. I don't care."
I mean,
Yeah, the time for apathy is over.
I'm not sure that's the best response to your new planetary governor the first time he wants to say hello, but like, didn't end up poorly, I guess.
I mean, he didn't care. Well, he might have gotten scared. He's really hard to read, actually. So,
That was also half of the reason why Al was like, do something! React! Emote! You know?
I mean, he reacted, and then you immediately yelled at him some more.
Yeah.
to
It's
be
like,
fair, the way he
listen,
reacted was dodgy. That was actually dodgy. That's when he got dodgy.
Listen, Al acts like a benevolent god. He'll come in aggressive and then leave with you thinking that you'd have no idea what his intentions are, but he's probably okay.
That's certainly an interesting description.
I'll give him a gift. It's all good. Smooth things over.
But yeah. So that was yesterday. Um, have you
Feels like
guys?
longer though, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's almost been like a month. Weird, real weird. Um, yeah. So that was yesterday. You guys wake up this morning. Um, in fairness, by yesterday it was like the night prior, right? So like you guys would have gone home or back to your dorm, as it were. Did whatever you did for the night, and this is sort of the morning after. Anyone do anything of note following their meeting with Alva Mason?
We kind of discussed this, but I think Al went and learned how to show off a little bit. That was his get focus, because that was like our downtime after that, right? Or was that before that happened?
I think downtimes technically were before,
Oh,
because there was a gap
my
kind of in there.
Oh, okay. Well, all right.
I
Then
mean,
in that case, I'll do something of note.
yeah. So anybody, just go to bed, wake up the morning.
I feel like because the last thing they discussed as they were walking out was that like I feel like Kat would have sent at least a note to their boss about the meeting and stuff.
Okay.
Because like they discussed the fact that like, well, if you want to do that, you have to, and then they found out he was the one like really in charge anyway. So like she's just like, well, us keeping quiet about talking to him is not gonna go over well because yeah.
Yeah.
So
Like your boss is the advisor to
yeah, so it's like
Alva Mason.
yeah, so they kind of
Indirectly,
agreed.
like it's
Yeah.
he's sort of the representative of their interests. And in a roundabout way, when he needs to make advisements, it does eventually sort of worm its way up back to him. Whether or not he personally handles it, like that's debatable, but like his name is involved in the process at least.
Yeah. So like Kat would have let him know about the meeting and that Alma Mason wants to continue to talk to them and all that kind of stuff. She's just like, no, keeping that secret is not gonna end well for anyone.
Huh, it's weird that you don't want to keep secrets or attempt to keep secrets from your boss. Weird.
No, it's that there are things you tell up front.
I mean, yes. Generally speaking, yes.
Like there are things like that you go like the art of secret keeping is not in keeping everything a secret, it is knowing what to tell.
Yeah, fair enough. How about you, Romy Kimchi? Did Harker do anything of note? Did Romy do anything of note?
Harker went street racing, or is that like from before? It's all kind of blurring together for me.
I mean,
he could have done it again.
I
There's
feel
nothing
like
actually saying.
Yeah, I feel like he could have done it before and after. So like, yeah.
He's working on his piloting skills, except on a sparrow scale.
Remy ordered online groceries and got in a fight with the person doing her grocery shopping.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
And then she cooked some more. Because I think that's what she did last week, was cooking.
So, did Harker come back and sleep, or has he just not returned yet from his street racing?
Oh, that's a good question. I think he has not returned yet.
It's got to be late night street racing, or it doesn't count.
Yeah, it's gonna be it's late night, but it doesn't mean he didn't also go home with someone else.
Yeah, like that's kind of obvious.
Okay. Okay. So
Quote unquote street racing.
so you guys
Street racing happened, just didn't take all night.
Now that's what I call street racing.
that joke.
I mean, they both involve writing. I don't know.
Womp womp.
I'm gonna point out that working on get fast quickly or whatever that skill is not applicable to that particular situation.
Some people might. I don't. Different discussion though.
I think that was the argument. Was that like he is not that bad.
Get somewhere quickly, that's the one.
But
Get somewhere quickly, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. Wink wink
Okay.
nudge nudge.
All right.
the implied wink wink nudge nudge.
Mhm.
But yeah. So you guys get up in the morning. Romy's apparently cooking.
And Kat goes like, "Al, do you want to go out for breakfast?"
Harker either has not woken up yet or just did not come home. You're not sure which one. Both are equally valid, honestly.
Al hears the word breakfast and shoots up and is already dressed and is ready to go. Like, yeah, breakfast. Let's get it.
Because Kat does not trust whatever Romy is making out there, so or had made, or the contamination of, or whatever.
She's probably just cooking for herself anyway.
Really? Is she that reasonable about recipes?
I mean, cooking
Look,
for
just
oneself.
because I play Romy
I,
doesn't mean she cooks like I do.
I will say,
But would she not? Like, would she actually be able to be like, I'm just cooking one sandwich?
in fairness, cooking for oneself does not imply a quantity. It just implies an intent.
Well, okay, yes. What I'm saying is the result.
She has lots of Tupperware.
Like, for all you know, Romy has cooked like 2 weeks worth of food.
And she has a freeze drying.
I mean, it is the future, right? So like, it's
Yeah.
fine.
But it's a freeze drying drone, so it's cooler.
I mean, that raises a question: how much of your cooking was done by drone?
Well, she has some of those like batteries not included hamburger flipping drones for sure.
This is the
Absolutely
future.
terrifying.
I
Like-
mean, also, like, would anyone want to enter the kitchen after that? No. So, out for breakfast.
I was already excited at breakfast, sees Romy cooking, and is just like heading towards the door.
Sure.
Hey, now I need to defend myself a little bit.
I mean,
Again, you
If it
didn't
weren't-
define what that was for.
food was made, and then slightly less made.
It's not rolling my thingy. Stupid thing.
What is it not rolling for you that you were hoping for it to roll for you?
I was trying to roll my cooking.
It is.
It
It's
did.
in the
It rolled
thing.
it rolled a
You-
You roll it
21.
like 90 times.
It rolled a 21, a 6, and 9, and then an 8.
Oh wow, a
So-
21. Good job.
So
So I
you're,
feel like that 21 was for.
So she did cook like 2 weeks worth of food.
yeah, you rolled real good, and then you didn't. Several times.
So 21 answers whether she indeed succeeded at cooking something.
21, she like just did a really good job on chopping up those onions.
She didn't cry when she was chopping them up.
He had no tears shed.
Dear God.
You have cooked several weeks worth of food. At least 1 week's worth of food is edible.
The sink is full of garlic presses.
For the usual.
But yeah, so Kat and Al go get food. And I don't know where you guys go. Presumably out to a actual
I
place.
feel like Kat would text Parker. It would just be like, up for breakfast, Romeo. But she's leaving off like whether that's like, as in he's being romantic or whether he's dead. Because it's one of the two. And that both fits the character of Romeo.
I'm not sure how many people would associate that immediately with dead. You're not wrong, but like I'm not sure that's the assumption that people would go with.
I
but-
know, but I'm not wrong, and that's exactly what Kat means by it. So, if he answers, he's not dead. So that answers that aspect.
Parker would certainly get the reference because of his background. I'm not sure he would necessarily equate it with death either, but
Yeah, no, I mean that's Kat being snarky.
that's-
he just texts back, "Where to, Juliet?"
Arf.
She would be like, I
Yeah,
would never
Remy's
die
like,
for a guy.
"Gag."
She would just want to text us back, I would never die for a guy. And that's her response. But then she'd give him like the address of where they had to do. Like imagine they're just going to like a cafe, right?
The same bar they've always been going to. Does
Oh my-
breakfast.
All my rolls just came.
I mean,
through on my end.
honestly, it probably does, and Kat has probably spent nights watching it like transfer over. Okay.
Sure.
In a dark booth in the back. And like someone just puts like a breakfast like Kat has probably spent nights there like hacking, and someone just like drops a breakfast burrito in front of her once like it's like 7 a.m. and she has been there since like 6 p.m. So
That tracks.
So yeah, okay. Make me download a diner image. It's fine.
well, you had the bar image. You can just use the bar image.
I mean, you're not going to the bar. You're going to a diner.
Try to give you an out.
I mean, like, yeah, like we were saying we could just go to the bar.
That looks a lot like our meeting room used to look.
I mean, the picture of the barracks that you are currently still in. Like,
Yeah, like that is our
Yeah.
living space. What do you? That's the
Remy's
kitchen
lost.
that Wilmy destroyed.
Yeah, I'm a little confused on what you're confused on. Honestly.
Remy's
Like you see that
still re-
kitchen in the back? That's what Wilmy has destroyed. This is an in memoriam picture.
Like this used to
Remy's
be our
still-
house. Now it's
she's
kind
still
of a
reeling.
disaster.
reeling from that fight with her Uber Eats person.
I mean, that's
Fight with
fair,
Uber
I
Eats
guess.
people.
Space Uber Eats, sorry.
Sure. Yeah, that's
Probably be something like Gravity Eats or something.
Gravity Eats.
okay. So you guys make your way to a diner, big old fancy sci-fi diner.
And you're stuck behind a wire fence. Oh, there we go.
It's like a combat screen diner. It's like, wait, what is gonna happen here?
You were peering through the window. The window's just gridded. It's fine.
I mean, adds up for this town, so.
Absolutely, it does. 100%.
Are those things over the bar? Do they teleport your food down onto the bar?
I think
The
there's a light.
lights? Are you asking if the lights are teleporters?
I mean, I was hoping.
I don't even think they're over
Huh.
the bar. They're more over both. Like, they're more in the middle. Like, if they teleported your food down, it'd just go to the floor.
Yeah, I'm not 100% on the teleporting
I feel like this
lights.
place probably serves really good pizza.
They even have them over the booths. Those are definitely food teleporters. It does look like a pizza place, even
Doesn't
though
it?
it
Like with
has a
those little like arches, like it totally like it. You know they
burger
serve
on the
pizza
wall.
here in the evening. Yeah.
So you guys make your way into a diner. It, despite the image, is actually fairly busy. You are just sort of welcome to seat yourself. So, assuming you guys grab a booth.
Mhm.
Do two aliens walk up and say, "He doesn't like you"?
I wasn't aware that we are inside the cantina in Star Wars, which is a joke I feel like you should have made at any point in the bar rather than the diner.
Well, it takes a while for me to write these things.
But you didn't write that.
I did something with it. I said it.
So anyways,
They're not going to be playing any. They're not going to be playing any jizz music this early in the morning. And yes, that's canonically what it's called in Star Wars.
Unfortunately.
Yes.
um so yeah, anyways. Greeted by a server. I'm assuming Harker hasn't arrived yet.
Nope. He's on his
Um
way.
you guys are welcome to order whatever you want. Or you could wait for Harker. That's up to you guys. But the server basically comes up and is just like, "What can I get you?"
I'm like trying. Yeah. Go
Go
ahead.
on. No. Go ahead.
No. Go.
I'm just gonna say, is this like a regular kind of diner, or is there like weird stuff?
Yeah, is it a themed diner?
It
Yeah.
is.
Are they in costume?
It is a
We did not
regular.
walk into a maid cafe.
It is a regular diner. It is.
There are cats all over the place. No dogs, just cats.
It is what you would consider regular human food plus local specialties.
I'm alarmed at the difference between that.
Um, there are things that you'd recognize, like chicken sandwich, egg sandwich, like fried chicken, pizza, burgers of like various types of meat options, like vegetables, blah blah blah. But then you get what I have described as local specialties, which are like
Worm meat.
worm or like various other local critters, like weird lizards and large insects and things like that. Things that are like, um, if you're a person who lives out in the wastes and you're surviving on like, hunter gathering, things that you might eat.
I'll just ask for whatever the special is. Not even looking at a menu.
Okay.
Oh no. Uh,
I say he should have to roll for what the special is.
So you ordered the special. The waiter nods and is just like, you want the super salad.
Whoa, super salad.
I'll just says the salad, please.
Okay. And he looks at the cat and's like, and you?
well, since she's still like in a breakfast mood, she just gets like toast and eggs and some bacon. Like she's being simple.
Okay. Um, it is noted that this is a like 24-hour diner, so like Al did basically just order the special at breakfast, which is basically just getting him like a not breakfast meal. Making
Any
sh-
meal that you eat at breakfast time is breakfast.
I mean, I agree with that. Like I eat pizza, so like I don't.
yeah. So you guys put your food order in, the waiter walks away. We do converse about whatever you'd like.
And then she would have given the heads up, like, can we get an extra water or something? Because she would know, like, Carver's coming.
Sure. I mean,
So, what?
I was gonna say, you guys can either discuss what you'd like to fill the time, or we can just assume your food shows up. Up to you.
Nah, I mean, well, Kat would have just said, like, I figured, getting out of there while Romy had appropriated the kitchen was the best plan.
I'll just nods and goes, yeah, probably the best.
He's just like, I don't care what the food is as long as food is here.
Yeah, honestly, at that point, it's just like, yeah, whatever. I don't trust Romy, Al says. He's like, but, whatever. This is have we been here before? Just kind of looks around. He's wondering if he ended up here during that drunken escapade that night.
See, Kat was exactly going to respond, this is not what we got coffee that morning, no.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Not that I would have known. But okay, good. Nobody will recognize me here, hopefully.
Kat was, like, clearly avoiding going back to that particular location.
I'll just look at her and goes, you remember where that place was? Because I have no recollection of where that place was at all. Was it around here at all?
And then, like, she kind of looks at him, she's like, you remembered the actual getting drunk part, didn't he? Wasn't that what his trade was?
He lost
Lost stuff.
He lost his stuff and his dignity.
But it's been a while since it happened.
Yes.
Right. But I was like, okay. But I was making sure that what Kat was saying was accurate.
Yes.
Because Kat didn't have a memory, but she kept her dignity.
Yes.
Right.
And she lost her stuff. So that was the exchange.
Al is happy to give up his dignity several times.
Like, so Kat would just kind of give him a mystified look, like, that day you remembered everything that happened the night before, but you don't actually remember the next morning.
Al just shrugs and goes, a lot of things happened at once. I don't know. Plus, I've been frozen for a little while. I don't know, the recall's just off. You know what? I would have remembered that neon burger sign. We definitely didn't go here.
At this point, Harker probably shows up, locates them, and heads over. Are they sitting at the bar?
I think we have a booth, yeah.
Yeah, they always go
Okay.
booth. Kat doesn't believe in sitting anywhere where you make it super easy for someone to stab you in the back.
Okay. He joins them. Says good morning. Says what's the occasion? Although he doesn't really seem to actually mean it, because to him eating out is kind of makes sense rather than cooking, because cooking is difficult. So he orders a coffee and joins the table.
Kat's just like, we woke up to Romy cooking.
Al
Harker
nods.
makes a bit of a strangled looking face at that and just kind of nods and says good call. He then adds, did we have to call in like a fumigator or something?
Kat's kind of like glancing through local news on a tablet right now. And she's just like, I don't think the drones would have let one pass anyway.
We kind of left before anything got really serious.
I mean, I disagree, since apparently Romy cooked 4 different things of varied success.
At the same time, we got out of there while it was still safe.
But your salad
We have
shows
plausible
up.
deniability, and you can't prove otherwise.
Facts.
Your salad shows up with everyone's drinks. Which I'm assuming you put in even though you didn't say anything. Parker is the only person who ordered a drink, which is just the coffee.
I'm sure this is one of those places that has coffee for the table, right?
If you ask for it.
Was there no coffee for anybody else, just Harker?
I mean, no
Well,
one
Harker
asked
got
for a
there
beverage.
after everyone, so he kind of assumed he was late in ordering, so he just ordered for himself.
I mean,
Oh,
Harker.
Well,
okay.
I did say that she ordered extra water, so I'm assuming she put in an order like for coffee. Like it's like
Yeah.
because I did note like she ordered a water just in case like,
Yeah.
he had to wait.
I
So
mean, like I said, I'm assuming you ordered beverages. You didn't specify, so I don't know what those beverages are. But whatever you ordered has arrived for your beverages. Al got his salad, which apparently is some sort of green that you're not sure if it's like a spinach or lettuce. You don't recognize it. It's not native to the planet. And
oh, you're getting
Oh, so
exotic
it's kale.
cuisine.
as like a normal human, it's not a plant that you recognize. It's kind of somewhere like between arugula and spinach, and it's just a salad that with some like what you kind of suspect to be like cactus fruit, so probably a native plant of some sort, and like kind of a sweet and sour almost dressing.
Okay. I mean, Al doesn't balk at this. He'll eat it. He has no reason to suspect that the salad is evil. So he doesn't eat very fast though because he realizes nobody else has a salad, so he's just kind of eating slowly.
I mean, I would hope that the restaurant is not selling you evil food.
Yeah, I mean like that's a way to go out of business.
Yeah. So
You never know with these places.
It's a good bet. It's a good bet that the food is not in fact evil. I'm assuming Harker didn't actually order food, just coffee.
No, he just ordered coffee so far. He's kind of seeing what they ordered.
Okay. So
He's probably looking over the menu because he got
yeah.
there late.
After a few minutes, Kat's breakfast platter effectively, she ordered a few number of things, shows up, and Al gets the special, which you're not really described what it is because you just asked for it, so you're just handed a plate that has what is very generously described as a rolled meat loaf. It's some sort of meat rolled up, filled with what you kind of assume is like some sort of green vegetable, and you think it's cheese and possibly some sort of stuffing, and it's got like a gravy and the side of what appears to be some sort of like cooked grain, not quite a rice, but rice adjacent.
Okay. I mean, he doesn't balk at this. Just, looks better than prison food.
Yeah.
So,
You don't know what it is
Fuck it.
because you didn't really ask. So
Again, it's probably not evil,
No.
which can't be said of prison food.
Yeah.
So
you don't know what it is. It's a rolled meat like log of some sort.
probably fine. Famous last words.
It tastes vaguely adjacent to like pork. So
Okay.
it's a reasonable meal. It's not super good. Like you're in a diner. It's not bad, but like it's okay. You're like in the middle class section of the city, so like the food is probably better than other parts of the city. So it's a reasonable meal.
I mean, it's a bunch of people who can't cook. I don't think they have the highest culinary standards.
I mean, I imagine Harker would look at it funny.
Hawker might, but not when it comes to like what he's been able to get lately.
Yeah. He does kind of take a look at what Al.
Oh yeah, I mean like
Yeah, what's
Cat
put
is
in
not
front
eating that
of
what
Al.
Al has in front of him. Like no.
He looks at
But
what Cat ordered,
and she
and
offers like she just kind of nonchalantly offers him a piece of bacon. And she's just like,
he accepts.
I mean, yeah.
He accepts, and I guess like whenever the person comes over again, he'd probably just put in order for they have like pancakes.
I mean, it is a full diner, so yeah, you will get pancakes if you so
He's
desire.
gonna get pancakes and some sort of very unhealthy sounding breakfast sandwich with cheese and eggs and bacon.
Okay. You put your order in. It is relatively quick compared to the wait time that they presumably had to go through waiting for Al's order. But you get yourself a small stack of pancakes and your breakfast sandwich.
By this point, Al's savoring the meal because he's never tasted anything like it, and it's not necessarily good. He's maybe 3/4 of the way through, but he's just, thinking to himself, at least it wasn't a lobster. Because he had no idea what the special was, and if it was a lobster, he probably would have died. Or, whatever equates to a lobster on this planet. Some kind of space insect.
A lobstrosity.
yeah, I'm just like, is it because he's never seen a lobster or like?
There are certain lines that even Al won't cross. Like, if it's an amorphous meat blob that's filled with stuff and he can't tell what it came from, sure, it's probably fine. If he can look into the eyes of the thing that he's eating, it's a little tougher.
I mean, so would he not?
Well, it depends on how they cook it, how tough it is.
I mean, I agree with Al's sentiment, but at the same time, I'm like, what if like a pig was just being roasted over a fire?
Or a whole fish.
Yeah, that raises a question. Like, what is Al's take on like a Hawaiian style like roasted suckling pig?
They put the whole pig in your plate? No, they take pieces of the pig off and they give it to you. You're good then. You don't have to look and see the pig.
Yeah, but like at the fancy dinners, they put like the pig in the middle too.
Yeah, it's like it's on the it's
With the
presented
apple.
and then they carve it.
Do you think that Al has ever been at a fancy,
Well,
like
no,
a really
well,
fancy
we're
dinner?
not
But,
saying
how
he
would
has
would he be like,
been.
I am not eating
Well, the
here.
question is like, if that was presented to him, like it's there on like a big platter, like do you draw the line there because you can see its head?
Is the head on his plate? If it was a fish, he might be a little wigged out. But if it's just like a pig in the center of the table, he can look away. There are
Okay.
certain things that you learn to ignore when you're eating food, such as eating food in the dark so you don't see what you're eating.
So Al's line that he draws basically is, if it's staring back at me on the plate, I have a problem. Otherwise, I don't care.
Yes,
So-
you can mark that down in your book for future character trauma. Thank you.
And a pig pulling's okay as long as the lights are out.
Like, just bring him a plate from it. Don't make him go over.
It's the old prison food / 1400s on a boat food dilemma. Just don't look at what you're eating, because you're not going to like what you see.
I mean, I feel like
Although
now,
it's usually more protein rich than you would think.
now that this conversation has come up, I feel like we need like a Wayfar sky lobster. Really, just a big bug.
Is that a canonical creature of Wayfar?
Yes, now it is a thing. It's the Wayfar sky lobster.
Is there a restaurant called Sky Lobster?
Looks exactly like the Space Needle.
I mean, like I totally get Al's perspective because I can't eat Like, if you tell me to go pick out a lobster and then eat it, I cannot do it.
I ate a lobster once. Wasn't a fan.
I'm gonna just come out on a limb and say that this is not a neuroses that I share personally.
Yeah, no, I do. I don't like. I love calamari, but I don't want the plates with those little baby squids like sitting on it.
I do hate those actually.
Like, I just don't. I'm like, no. Like, I know I am eating an animal. I don't need you to remind me the full shape of the animal. Thank you.
Tentacles are the best part.
But yeah, so you guys get your food. It does not weird out Al in any way, shape, or form.
Weird Al.
Yeah, it does not weird him out in
boy.
any way, shape, or form. Your breakfast is pretty good. It's not amazing. Not bad. It's okay.
I mean, there's a reason that Cat got bacon and toast as part of her thing. She figured like most places can't really screw up bacon and toast because even if you make bacon way too salty, it is still bacon.
There is lots of ways to make bacon wrong. Don't get me started.
No, you can make bacon wrong, but you can't really screw up the taste of bacon.
Ah, I see. You've never had overly greasy, soggy, undercooked bacon then.
Oh, British style.
Chewy.
I probably have actually.
Is it properly rendered? Kind of gummy. It just kind of tastes like grease and salt.
Sadness.
Yeah. You can really badly cook bacon.
Well, yeah, but it wouldn't be a busy cafe if they vaguely screwed up bacon, first of all.
I mean, I don't know. I've been to an IHOP.
I mean, my experience with I don't know. My experience with bacon is bacon, and
We are now like space IHOP.
No, this is better than Space IHOP.
More like
They have
it's like
standards.
Space Waffle House.
They have standards.
I used to go to Waffle House all the time because it was the only restaurant near my apartment.
Yeah, Waffle House is near me.
When I was on mission trips.
I have never been to a Waffle House.
We actually took one over because
I would go all the time and just bring a book so I didn't look pathetic eating there alone.
But yeah, so you guys enjoy yourself a reasonable breakfast. Anything interesting to discuss over breakfast?
Al pipes up partway through and goes, "So, what do you think of this new mayor dude?" Crickets.
Apparently, no one thinks anything about the mayor dude.
Al shrugs and keeps eating.
I would say over a, after a mouthful of food because Harvard does have some manners despite being out in the waste for quite a while now. He says, I'm still formulating. On the surface, he seems kind of not quite a puppet, but easily puppeted.
Al points a finger at Parker and goes, "Yeah, exactly. Kind of seems like he's not really the one in charge." I mean, I know that you said he doesn't look like a puppet, but is easily puppetable, but I have doubts that that's as high as the chain goes.
Parker agreed. Definitely looks agreeable and says it's pretty obvious. At least one of the parties is pulling the strings.
Cat just, like takes another piece of bacon and chews for a moment, then it's just like, well, I mean, I already contacted Barnett about it.
Or just kind of eyes cat.
I'll look over and goes, really? Did he say anything?
She's like, he didn't respond yet. I don't even know if he's in cryo freeze. But he can't say we didn't report it.
Al shrugs and goes, yeah, I guess. I don't know. Just seems like both sides, well, I know that the mayor is trying to play us, maybe not against Holland, but trying to get more out of us
I would like to
than
point out
maybe
that
Holland would like.
no one has corrected Al on the fact he keeps calling him a mayor.
I said mayor dude. That implies a mayor-like position.
Okay.
He's a governor, correct?
Yeah, he's the planetary
Yes.
governor.
Yeah.
I mean, Kat was going to, but then she had a piece of bacon to eat, and Haruka was talking, so she was like, oh, I'm letting it go.
Or is just like,
Besides, she is the last one to want to get people caught up on titles. So,
Whatever you say, Flight Commander.
yeah, fuck you.
hey.
Uh,
So Al just goes, do you think I was too harsh?
She pauses. Well, he was either pretending or you did almost actually scare him out of his skin.
Al shrugs and finishes his plate, and then, after chewing and swallowing, says, I'd take either. It's still hard to get a read on him, though.
Kat kind of eyes Al, and she's like, you do realize that as the governor, he is the one who would be determining leniency if Holland doesn't succeed here, right?
Cocks his head to the side, kind of looks at them both and goes, yeah. But, I mean, I was the only one that was really, kind of rude. You can always throw me under the bus, I don't care. I was just trying to see where his loyalty is laid.
As soon as he
Lied?
says, like, you can throw me under the bus, I don't care, a cat would throw a piece of bacon in his face. It's like,
Hold on,
and,
I'm just gonna do a thing here.
and she'd just be like, you're part of the team. We're not going to throw you under the bus, idiot.
Al's rolling a show off to catch the bacon. I believe he catches it.
I mean, that's a 19.
Yeah. Now I'm just envisioning him catching it like a dog.
I catch it like an arrow being shot at my forehead.
Catch it between two fingers, just like midair, just snatch it out.
Yep.
Bacon Ninja.
And Al, as he grabs the bacon, just goes, I know you never throw me under the bus, but, we had to play good Lancer, bad Lancer, and just noms the bacon. Sorry for using nom as a verb.
I mean, Harker just looks impressed at the catch. He was gonna say something, but then he went back to his coffee.
He was like, I have nothing to say after that catch.
He almost said something. Then he thought better of it.
Now I'm like really suspicious of what he was gonna say.
You probably should be.
Yeah, it's
But
gonna be
he's
about
not saying
tablets,
it.
isn't
He
it?
was smart. He was smart.
I mean, so this
It's
is
about tablets and faces,
this is
isn't it?
interesting. Was the bacon you threw at him bacon you have taken a bite out of?
Does it really matter?
I mean, according to chat, if you had, it would be an indirect kiss.
Oh dear
I'm not-
God!
I mean, like, Cat literally is in a mech that has a symbiotic relationship with Al's mech. I don't think that this is the line they draw.
Also, no shipping, thank you.
I
Just
mean,
because Al would be terrified.
Not to our first mission.
I mean, I feel like that's how that has to work, though. Like, if you watch the show, you have to ship the characters. That's how that works, right?
Yeah, no, like I totally ship everybody and stuff, but
Anyways. So, in the dead space, Al just says, I'll be nicer next time, I promise. Besides, he got a garlic press. It's a gift. It's a peace offering.
yes, the gift of his people.
The very confusing gift.
Well, I just remember Cat said this is a gift of his people. Just go with it.
Don't let Al find one of those nutcrackers, those metal nutcrackers, because he'll replace his entire stock of garlic presses with those. Way better for fingers. Sorry.
I mean, I feel like you should never like show Al one of those like crab crackers, little claw crackers.
We're back on lobsters now.
Yeah.
He doesn't know what that is.
He would have no idea what that is, but he would see that device and be like, "This is obviously a torture device."
It is, though. It's made for torturing.
Well, I mean, think about it, like the
once-alive
whole
creature.
like little crab set with the thing that you reach in to pry the meat out, and
Yeah, if he saw that in the store, he'd be like, "What is this weird torture set? Like, why are they selling this in stores? I don't understand."
Do I have to have the tiny wooden hammer?
And what's with the butter?
I wouldn't question the butter.
yeah, but is it one of those butter things that are like the ones that go above the tea candle to keep the butter warm?
I mean,
I know what you're talking about, but I've never seen it in the wild.
At the
Oh,
point
no, we
that
have
you're in
one.
a store, like you might as well, right? And he'll think that's
Oh,
like
wow.
extra fancy, and like he won't think it's butter. He thinks it's some sort of torture oil, like it's hot oil, and you just drip hot oil on people.
Can the store be called Sky Kia?
Base
No.
Kia?
Okay.
No, Sky Kia is better.
We're not in the sky.
Space is the place for the helpful hardware.
No.
No, yeah, that didn't work.
If you did see those butter warmers, he'd definitely do some quick math and order 20 of them. One for each digit. You know, one for each toe, one for each finger.
So
No?
really,
Okay.
what we've decided here is that Al's thing is torturing people with food devices.
I mean, we've decided that apparently we need to actually have somehow a seafood meal at some point in this campaign.
I mean, I'm pretty sure Al did.
Yeah, you guys went to us, didn't you?
Al had himself a fancy meal.
Yeah, but the face wasn't on the lobster. It was just the tail.
Yes. He went to a fancy restaurant.
Yeah. Where they serve you, the best part of the lobster and throw away the rest because fuck you.
Well, you don't throw away the rest. You use the rest for your stocks and things.
Yeah, well, you know what I mean. It's just like claw meat and tail meat, and then, they make the stock for whatever. I've had beer that was made with lobster stock once. It was very weird.
I mean, I'm sure somewhere on Wayfar, because it's a desert planet, there is a completely opulent restaurant that is nothing but seafood.
And then there's the knockoffs that are kind of further away from it in the, lower class areas that sell quote unquote seafood.
I mean, that's where you get the Wayfar sky lobsters.
Sky lobsters. It's just pigeons.
No, sky
Not
lobsters are
space
just
pigeons, mind you, just actual pigeons.
they're just the equivalent like Wayfar is like sky locust. It's just gigantic locust.
Sounds delicious, actually. I'm not gonna lie.
They taste like shrimp, apparently.
Don't bring out to a crawfish bake. Don't know what to do with himself.
But yeah, so you have your little discussion about your favorite planetary governor, which
Accurate. He's the only one we've met.
yeah, which is real great because you get a message that Alva Mason would like to meet with you again.
I should note that when Kat said governor, Al, there was a look of realization in Al's eyes that he may have used the wrong honorary earlier.
Several times.
Yes.
It's like I've been calling him a mayor this entire time. Shit.
Remy's already halfway to his office.
Oh no.
I mean,
She's bringing scones.
I mean, they don't know that.
Well, let me just do a quick insight thing.
See if you can feel a disturbance in the force.
I just want to know if Al realizes that the message was sent to everybody. Yeah, Al just looks up and goes, is the governor's office closer to this diner or to our living quarters?
I think it would have been funnier if you just went Romy.
To
It's
answer
looking
your
dread in
question,
your eyes.
Your barracks are closer technically because you are closer to the upper levels.
She's already there anyway.
Without saying anything, not mentioning Romy at all, Al just quickly pays for everybody's meal and just gets up and leaves, running.
I mean,
Kat just kind of watches, and she's just casually finishing her meal.
yeah,
Like,
I
she
was,
didn't-
I was gonna say I feel like
yeah,
Kat.
we're still eating.
I feel like Kat wouldn't care.
Mm-mm.
Parker's thinking is that the less time he's there, the less he can add to paperwork.
Al's just bolting towards the governor's office. I don't know what to tell you.
Well, unfortunately,
As he leaves, he's just like, "Leave a good tip," and then he just goes.
so unfortunately for Al, you have to transfer to the upper levels, and then get a ride to the planetary governor's office.
And look, there's a traffic jam.
I wasn't aware that you were narrating events.
That's a terrifying thought.
Yeah,
Names
no.
there according to Rumi.
Yeah, a little concerning. But Romy does get there first. Romy is closer. Assuming Romy went straight there. You are greeted by security.
I flashed on my badge and a scone.
I mean, they are expecting you. So like, this is one of those instances where flashing your badge is actually relevant to the situation at hand. They know who you are though anyway, and
They'll never forget you.
they do kind of welcome you in.
Well, she doesn't stop walking when she does it. She just kind of strafes by them with her badge up in their face.
Not the one that ran away from them the last time. When they weren't actually chasing you.
Yeah.
Just in case.
But you're familiar with Mason's office, and he's kind of sitting at his desk. Kind of looks up
Yep,
and goes, "Oh, just you?"
Yep, I'm representing the crew today.
He goes, "Oh,
Soon until Al gets there.
okay."
And she tosses him a scone and goes and stretches out on the couch.
Kind of looks at him and says, "Oh, well, thank you, I guess." What kind of scone is it, by the way?
Marlberry.
Okay.
Is that a sister fruit to the tobacco?
Here's the question: is that scone the 21 or one of the other numbers?
Well, let's see. Let's roll a die and see which one it was. A 1, it'll be a 20. 2, it'll be one of the others. Find my dice. What?
I mean, you literally have a digital dice roller right now.
I know. I'm looking for it. There's only a D4. Ridiculous. How do I roll? By typing out again?
I mean, you could roll a d4. You did roll 4 times.
Actually, yeah, that would make more sense.
Roll it 4 times?
No. You rolled 4
Oh.
different cooking checks.
Oh. Well.
So it was
No, that
the
was the 9.
It was the
Not the worst
closest.
of them.
It was the closest to a success out of your failures. It's the one that succeeded with complications rather than failed with
There you go.
complications.
It's a scone, but it's more shaped like a
He
cronut.
he takes a bite out of the scone and he's just like, "This is very salty."
Yeah, marlberries are naturally salty.
I see. You basically replaced any sweetener in the scone with just salt.
Well, it's a savory scone.
Yes. It is a very savory scone.
It's got some space MSG in it to make it a little bit better.
Space Uncle
Yeah.
Roger would be happy. But yeah, so you plop down at the desk and he's like, "Oh, well,
I'm on the couch.
oh yeah, the couch." So he's like, "Thank you for the food," which he is now quietly like.
I have several more on my person should the need arise.
He is quietly spitting it out into a napkin and discarding it. He kind of looks at you. It's like, well, I guess if you're the only person coming, I was hoping that you guys would help me with a matter involving the mining guild.
Okay. We will help.
Fantastic. Well,
So fucked. We're so fucked.
I was hoping to get your input on this matter. They're making some demands that I wouldn't call them unreasonable, but I'm not sure we can meet them on the matter. Um, Now, if I've read correctly, you had an assignment not too long ago where you dealt with some miners. Perhaps you could provide me some insight on how to deal with this.
Well, they are very fond of me there, so you picked the right person for the job.
Oh, I see.
What kind of insight do you want?
Well, they're due to negotiate their terms. I was going to ask if you would, perhaps give me some advice on how best to deal with them. Perhaps, what kind of interactions would go best with them. But if as you say, they're quite fond of you, perhaps you'd like to go with me.
Hey, that sounds like an idea. Just don't try to challenge them to any drinking games.
Oh,
You got to be a straight shooter.
I see. Well, okay. Um. Well, I suppose, you know, if you don't mind coming along, that the meeting's in a little bit under an hour, so you're welcome. You're welcome to stay and assist in the negotiations.
Remy pulls her overnight bag from behind the couch, and she's ready to go.
You still have a bomb in it?
What?
Put a bomb in it your last session?
Oh yeah, there's a bomb in the couch too, but she just left a bag behind. She stashes little overnight bags all over the place.
Christ.
I mean, aren't the overnight bags the bombs?
I mean, bombs are involved.
I
But
mean,
there's
that's
also, like,
concerning.
There's a change of underwear and stuff too.
I mean, I feel like your team should be concerned that your overnight bags have bombs in them. That you're just carrying multiple of them everywhere you go.
That assumes they know what's in my overnight bags. Probably be more concerned that they're stashed all over the place.
I
I'm
mean,
just concerned.
Cat would just see that as an excuse to kick Romy out more often.
You have a bag, go spend the night somewhere.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't feel bad about this at all. Get the fuck out.
like you planted bags everywhere you go. Go sleep there. Um. So Romy's just chilling on the couch after pulling out a bag from, as far as the governor knows, seemingly nowhere. To which he looks a little confused.
I mean, I would like to say Cat told him to make sure she didn't mess with the room. And if he didn't, that's on him.
I
Good point
mean,
there.
that's fair. That doesn't make him any less confused.
No, I'm just saying.
Um.
Why is everybody always so confused around Remy?
Yeah, I can't imagine. I can't imagine why anyone would be confused. It's not like Romy's doing
It's an
anything. to
inverse
confuse them.
reaction to how sure of herself Romy is.
But
So what are we gonna do for an hour?
I mean,
Hopefully get out of there.
fortunately, the whole hour doesn't take Al to get there. Al does eventually show up, and you do see sort
Out of breath.
You do sort of see Romy just chilling on a couch, and
Eating a scone,
Alva
just
Mason's
covered in scone crumbs.
just kind of really confused when you show up. He's just like, oh, well, Romy said that
This is my assistant.
no one else was coming, but hello there.
I'll just kind of gets into the office and leans down, hands on his knees, looks up at the governor and says, "Yeah, she's a liar. The others are coming too. What did Romy say?"
I had no idea if y'all were coming or not. I wanted to make sure things got taken care of.
He glances over at Romy and goes, "You could have asked,
Oh yeah, we have that thing that we can use.
Yeah, Al says. He just stands up.
Communications.
He just stands up and looks at the governor and goes, "Yeah. So what's up? What's
Well,
going on?"
Well, your friend has agreed to assist me in negotiations with the Miners Guild.
We're gonna go rough them up.
Okay. Well, she doesn't speak for all of us, no matter what she might have potentially said. So I'm gonna need more information on what's going on.
Well, the Miners Guild has opened up negotiations, and I am due to speak with them on the matter. I was hoping to get some advisement from your team since you have had some success dealing with. Admittedly, they were former Miners Guild, but the experience is transferable, I would assume.
Hermes polishing her fingernails on her lapel at the success part.
I'll just look off to wherever Romy and the keep wanting to say mayor aren't, and just goes, "Okay. What exactly did you hear about our last discussion with them?"
I mean, the specifics weren't particularly exact, but did negotiate the formation of a new successful mining colony.
Yep, pretty successful if you ask me.
The
Actual sound Al makes. Just
the advisors from Holland spoke very well of the way you handle things.
Yep, they took it under advisement.
Al just says under his
Which
breath, "I'm sure
advisors?
they did."
Ask which advisor.
What did you say?
Ask which advisors.
Oh yeah, true. Is it okay if we're metagaming a little bit on this one? Because I was gonna ask anyways.
I mean,
Like that, you're still having
Just
to guide the
imagine his cat's
conversation.
voice in your
You're
head,
not
like
there. She shows
Got-
up like God, what's his name? Obi-Wan Kenobi in your head.
Cat and Al have just spent so much time together because of the Megs. He just knows that he should ask that question.
Ask which advisors, Al.
What are the questions that if I don't ask, I'm gonna get beat for later? Al's like, "Oh yeah, sure. Which advisors wrote that report?"
he kind of pauses and he goes digging through. I was like, not sure it was specifically signed. I got a report from a Carlisle Armin.
Okay, hold on while I go through my notes.
Yeah, I don't think we know what that is.
We do.
We do? Is
Armin
he the
and
guy who's in charge of it now?
Armin and Romy go way back.
I've heard that name before. How do you spell it?
Is he the one with all
Carlisle,
the sports?
Armin for Armin.
He can't be the sports. He would have
Oh God, not the sports guy.
Well, it's either that or the guy who was
who was
the-
put in a
Well-
position
the
afterwards.
foreman. Yeah.
Armin.
The
The only
well,
Armin I have on my notes is a butler.
the really well-to-do guy.
Armin is indeed Barnett's assistant / butler.
Oh, okay. Yes.
Yes, there we go. Let me make my notes not suck.
I mean, your notes are better than my notes. I didn't write down his name.
We're taking notes.
I mean, Al did specifically ask for his name, so I would hope that the person who specifically asked for the name at least wrote them down. Actually, if I recall correctly, you questioned
Did we
whether or
make-
not he had a name at all, and if I had just
Armin.
made it up.
And I
And
think there was
then-
an Armin Hammer joke in there somewhere.
And then there was a whole conversation about whether or not he even has a first name, which you were not told at the time because he simply requested that you refer to him as Armin.
Okay, yes, I remember this conversation.
And Armin Hammer.
I was like, Armin was familiar to me, but I didn't know who Carlisle was.
Yeah, same. I was just like, it was the Carlisle that was throwing me.
Yes, his,
Yeah,
just
this
like,
is information we learned back in March, so.
his name is in fact Carlisle Armin.
Al kind of has to think for a second because he's never heard the name Carlisle before at all in regards to any human being. But Armin jogs a brain cell and he goes, "Okay, yeah. Okay. Well, did Romy sign anything? Is this official that we're going on this with you? Can we wait a couple minutes for the rest of the team to show up while we discuss this with them?"
He kind of looks at his like his clock and he's like, well, they are due to come here, so
yeah, they're coming there. Like that's what he said earlier. Was
Yeah.
that they were coming there?
He's like, so I mean, I'd rather not make them wait, but I mean, if the others are coming and they would like to get involved, I suppose I could request a short delay.
How soon are they gonna be here?
He kind of pauses and looks and is like, they're expected the next 20 minutes or so.
Al just kind of frantically messages Harker and Kat and goes, just sends the word ETA, like question mark, like 5 question marks, meeting in 20 with Mining Guild.
I mean, I imagine they would have like finished eating within like 10 minutes, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Harker?
I think they would have kind of
Yeah. They would have like they would have
not, like,
much more like casually finished
Yeah.
eating and walked to like thing. Like they weren't gonna leave Al hanging.
right, exactly.
But
They weren't gonna rush out. They were gonna like finish their meal, but they also were like, all right, we shouldn't leave Remy just now.
yeah. So I would imagine they're like halfway there-ish.
They're like 5-10 minutes away.
Okay, and you message Al as such?
Like Kat would
Trigger
just like
scones.
kind of lazily do that equivalent of share your location thing.
Okay. Al basically has to go to Google Maps and figure out what the walking time is real quick, and he goes, "Okay, yeah, I think we'll be okay. Don't worry about delaying the meeting. Just what's the current conflict so that I can bring my team up to speed? Like, what's going on? What do they need? What do they want? What's happening? And who are we going to be speaking with today?"
He kind of looks at you and goes, well, I mean, you are aware that there was a civil revolt, yes?
I was like, yeah. But what's like their current actual, like, what's the specifics of why we're going to be mediating?
I goes, yeah. I'm pretty sure Kat caused that by sharing information. Why?
Yeah, I'll admits that fact. But he brushes past it because he's like, of course there was. Fucking whatever. What's their current beef? Like, what's the actual current issue?
Remy says, I feel like we're complicating this a bit much with all these questions about what's going to happen.
Um,
I'll
Can you
just
shove a
glares at
scone in her
Remy.
face?
She's already doing that to herself while she's talking.
Yeah.
Well, then she didn't ask that. She asked more like, "I'm gonna feel ever calm."
Ooh, that's my new alarm tone.
Just scone spraying all over the place.
but yeah. So you ask them like, what specifically is the issue? Like, why they're here today? Like, is that so?
Right.
So he's kind of confused.
Because
He's
yeah,
like,
there was a silver revolt, but
it's like, well, I mean, they're making demands on how to put an end to the revolt. Looks kind of confused. It's like they're trying to negotiate for peace.
Easy.
Al just looks at him and goes, "Yeah, but be specific, Bob. What did they like? What are the demands?"
He kind of looks confused. He goes, "What? I mean, like."
Al cuts him off and goes, "I know your name's not Bob. Just tell me what their demands are if you have them."
He kind of looks really confused and like. So for like reference, the reason he looks confused is the mining guild has not been subtle about what the demands have been since like the start of the revolt. Like they want Holland out of the planet. They want better wages. They want like full like control over all of the mining operations on the planet because they're the mining guild. So like all mining should be done to them only. They want like effectively a union, like full union rights, even though they kind of are kind of a union, right? Like they're sort of their own corporate entity, but they're not recognized as such. Like they're a business, but no one takes them seriously, so they want to be treated like a full corporate business. Basically, they want to replace Holland 100%, and then have that level of control for all mining-related operations on the entire planet guaranteed.
Oh, so they're crazy. Got it.
So I imagine this is all kind of laid out for Al then. Yeah.
Like the reason that Alva Mason looks confused that you're asking him what they want, because they've pretty much been demanding the same thing since the revolt started.
We've been busy with the Blade cult, man. We've been paying attention to their demands.
Sure.
I mean, yeah.
But like it's not like been a secret like what they want. So like that's why he's like confused.
Right.
He does
But
explain.
what I was asking,
He does explain that is what's going on, but like he does look really confused that you are asking this.
Blade cult off planet destroying giant super weapons. We're busy.
Al kind of calms down a bit and just says a little less frantically, sitting down at a chair across from him, because I assume he's at his desk. He just goes, yes, but are we discussing all of those things today or just certain parts of what they want? Like, are we doing like a full roundtable discussion on this today?
He kind of looks at you and goes, "Well, realistically, we can't accept those demands,
Okay.
but that's what they're offering, and we're hoping to negotiate them down."
All right. Okay. Al kind of visibly relaxes and goes, all right. Well, I guess that all there is to do then is just to wait till the rest of my team gets here and wait till they get here. If they get here first, we'll start discussions a little bit early, but my team will show up and then we'll figure out what we can do to help you out, okay? Al says, looking very relaxed, but definitely screaming internally.
He kind of nods and goes, "Well, Romy spoke very confidently about their ability to guide his negotiations. So, I'm a little confused because you implied that everything she said was wrong. So, is it?"
I've lost my place here. Implying that what was said that was wrong?
Well, you walked in and basically told him, "No, everything Romy said is a lie. Don't listen to her." And basically, all Romy said was, "We've got this." So you started the conversation with everything she said is wrong.
No. Technically, what Romy said was, "I've got this. They like me," which is all a lie.
I did say we got this, though.
At some point, maybe, but you were focusing on Romy and Romy being able to handle it, which is a lie.
I mean,
Chat.
she can handle it somehow, some sort of way.
But
No.
either way,
Handle it badly.
Alpha Mason's a little confused now because, like, do you have this or do
I
you
mean,
not
that's
have
his
this?
constant state, so I don't see a difference here.
I mean, yes, partially true.
Al looks at Alva and just goes, "Don't worry. We as a collective have this. Romy on her own does not have this, but we as a collective will have this, whatever it is."
Well, here we go with that communism.
What?
It's our meeting, comrade.
Moose and squirrel. That's all I know.
Either way,
Anyways,
Cat and Harker eventually show up, and I assume you get them caught up on what's happening.
yes, I basically tell them everything I know.
Kat like listens to Al's recap, and then she immediately like looks up at the governor and goes, "Well, what are you willing to offer them?"
Well, we certainly can't kick Holland off the planet, so that's immediately off the table. We're willing to allow them management of the mines, I suppose. Although anything that's owned by Holland, we certainly can't make Holland give up any of their operations. That's outside of our control. We could see about improving safety standards. I suppose we could move that regulation under their jurisdiction. Give them some more autonomy. I don't think we can necessarily improve what we're paying them per operation, but we could potentially reconsider some of those operating costs.
Kat just asks, "Is the planetary stance still that they are terrorists?"
Officially, yes.
So she's like, "So that's on the negotiation table. That is a pro you have to offer them. You can remove that title."
Technically, yes.
She kind of just gives him this look, and she's like, "You need to keep track of what you can offer them."
He kind of nods, goes, "Well, I never agreed with the assessment. That was the previous planetary governor. I mean, if you want to use that as a negotiation point, I suppose you can. The fact that I opened up this meeting at all is technically my choice to not consider them as such. I had not planned to use it as a negotiation point."
Kat lightly shrugs and just kind of says, "The only way you're going to reach any sort of peaceful negotiation is they have to walk back some of their demands, and you have to be willing to give a little. And since there isn't much you can give, considering that the whole entire planet is under threat of being conquered by a cult, you have to know what you can offer them and make it sound good."
He kind of nods and goes, "Yes, I suppose we could approach the negotiations in such a way."
She jokes again. She's like, "I'm not saying be a jackass to them. I'm just saying make sure they are aware that that is still technically a political title that is tied to them, and you would like to be able to remove that.
Well, I suppose that would be the best course then. He kind of jots down your comments. He kind of looks at Romy and then looks back at you, and he kind of goes, "Would you like to be seated during the negotiation?"
Does it just mean like position wise, or
He's basically asking if you would like to come into the meeting.
Cat's like mentally? Cat is like, no, I don't want to be involved with this at all, actually. But since I got informed that Burnett's freaking manservant is in on this, guess we are, yeah. But like, so she's like, yes. Would you mind standing during the negotiations?
Goes,
Standing as in the same room?
Yes,
Yeah.
because she wants the intimidation factor.
I'll just nod, understanding, without having to ask that question out loud that I just did.
Romy jumps up and posts up next to Al, looking intimidating.
I mean, Romy has somehow managed to overpower Al several times, so I mean, yeah.
Al
Just
flinches.
She's not looking intimidating at Al. She's on his side this time. They're like the dynamic duo.
She came towards him very quickly, therefore Al flinched.
Alva
Oh.
starts
Just wild Romy
to
movements.
say something, but then there's a knock at his door, and he kind of interrupts himself to tell whoever it is to come in. And the door opens to several people. And you recognize some of them at first glance as from Holland, just by what they're wearing. And you realize that there's two groups. One group is
dear.
clearly a representation from Holland, and the other is clearly a representation from the mining guild. Then get a closer look at who some of these people are, and so two people on the Holland side you immediately recognize. One is Lisa Watson, the person who got put in charge of Prospector's Hollow. You have not spoken to her, but you saw her when she was basically, assigned and took over. You basically barely know her.
If we know that, like, basically she was handpicked by
Yeah.
Barnett.
But like in terms of in interactions with her, you guys basically have had none. The other person you recognize only after sort of a longer look at them, because you don't recognize them immediately from what they're wearing. It is actually Carlisle Armin. It is Barnett's assistant. He's dressed differently. He's actually wearing like a full Holland suit. He's dressed like an administrator.
Interesting.
Parker takes his seat because this is shaping up to look real interesting.
On the mining guild side, you don't recognize the vast majority of them, but you do recognize guy standing in the back with his arms
Aw.
crossed, looking kinda like extra like full of himself. Um and you recognize him as Douglas Howard.
That's the
Knew it.
asshole, isn't it? That we like scouting at his camp. And he almost attacked the town.
Yeah. You recall that Douglas Howard technically flipped on the Miners Guild. Technically working as a double agent for Holland.
Yeah, I was like, wait, isn't he like, didn't he get intimidated into, yeah, okay.
Yeah, so you know for a fact that Douglas Howard, being in his delegation, does not have the Mining Guild's best interest at heart.
Does he look like he's leading this ragtag crew, or is he just part of it?
He's in the back, so he is not at the front. He is not leading the delegation, but
Gotcha.
he is important enough that he is part of it. However, the person at the front of the Mining Guild delegation, unlike the others, is not in mining like overalls. Like, he is actually kind of put together. He's a younger gentleman. He looks kind of put together. Honestly, other than the fact that he looks to be like a bigger guy and looks like he is in fact like a miner, you kind of get the impression that he would fit in Holland with how he looks.
Okay, so odd question. Are any of these people that Kat might have seen on when she was hacking the security cameras in the Miners Guild?
No, you don't recognize any of these.
Okay.
I mean, other than Douglas Howard, no, you don't recognize it.
Okay.
So this guy who's at the forefront, he kind of offers what you would call a business smile. And he walks up like immediately as soon as the door opens to the planetary governor. And he's like, Alva, pleasure to see you. Glad to hear that you're willing to come to your senses and put an end to this conflict. Braden Driscoll, nice to meet you. And he just sort of like extends a hand, which Alva Mason like instinctively reaches out and shakes, and you can see that Alva Mason, being Alva Mason, is a little hesitant. But Braden Driscoll, he is a man in charge. He grabs his hand, shakes it firmly, pats him on the back, and he just immediately leads Alva toward the back stairwell and goes, "Let's get this started, shall we?" And the rest of the mining guild people just kind of spill out behind him, and they start heading toward the stairs. Don't even wait. You can see that Carlisle Armin kind of has like a look of disdain on his face at the way that Braden Driscoll's like behaving, but he doesn't say anything. Like, you can see like he just disapproves. But he does kind of step in to sort of interject between the what's going on between Driscoll and Mason. He goes, Governor, I hope that we can bring this conflict to a resolve that is beneficial for all parties involved. And he kind of looks over at you all, goes, I figured your time off, you'd be somewhere else. This is a surprise.
I was really wishing he brought some popcorn.
Kat just, rises to her feet from where she was sitting and lightly shrugs and gives him a polite smile. And it's just, the governor asked to speak with us and then requested we come here today to be a part of this as well.
He kind of nods, and he sort of gestures behind him and goes, Watson, get the governor caught up on our current stance on the matter. I would like to talk to unexpected guests to today's meeting. And nods, and she follows Driscoll and Mason upstairs. And Armin sort of approaches you all. His demeanor is very different from what you are used to. Normally, Carlisle Armin is sort of like a very quiet, helpful man. He pretty much every time you've seen him up to this point, he's been very polite. Not quite smiling, but like he has a pleasant demeanor. He approaches you with a serious look on his face. And he kind of looks you over and he goes, as you are not representing Holland, I cannot tell you what you do. And I certainly can't make you do anything while you are off duty. But be aware that I will give you no benefit. And today I am looking out for the best interests of the company.
Kat just kind of tilts her head and she's like, of course you are. I am looking out for the benefit of the people of the planet.
Kind of looks you over and he goes, what's in the best interest for Holland is in the best interest for Wayfar.
Kat nods to that and goes, that could be possible. We'll have to find out what is being offered. She's like, I certainly don't think the mining guild being in charge of everything is the answer either.
Of that, we can agree on.
And then she just slightly shrugs and she's like, besides, I've already contacted Barnett about the governor meeting with us.
He kind of goes, I'm aware. Although
Like, so don't, yeah, she's like, so don't accuse me of being skeezy.
he goes, I'm aware. Although I don't think either of us expected this level of involvement.
Kat gives him this dry look and she's like, we were having breakfast when the governor contacted us. We weren't either.
He kind of looks over the office and there's a pause. He goes, Lane Anders was not a good man, but he was a man that you could understand. I'm not certain which statement applies to Alva Mason.
He just says, I think it's a little of both.
I suppose we'll
Like-
see
She's like, I think he has the desire to be a good man. And as far as understanding, I think it hinges on understanding.
Armin sort of nods and starts his way up the stairs.
That kind of mutters just loud enough for, like, her own team to hear her in the room. Like, he is fucking a lot more intimidating like this.
Al silently nods.
Or just kind of shrugs off a shiver and gives us a little bit of a kind of rueful grin and just says, reminds me of someone I used to know.
I have
And
that
then he
song
gets
stuck in my head.
then he gets up to follow without further comment. Head up the stairs.
I feel
Yeah.
like, for someone who doesn't like to talk about their past, Harker talks an awful lot about his past.
He doesn't. He
Yeah.
makes vague commentary
He
that
makes,
only
like,
makes sense if you already suspect his
references.
past.
Right. He
Right.
makes like references, but he really doesn't say anything outright.
I feel
Like,
like
they still have not gotten him to go like, by the way, this is what happened in my past. And believe me, I think Kat has tried more than once.
I just feel like if you don't want people to ask you questions, starting stories
He
and then
did
just
walk
not
away.
following through is just
He
making
did
it
walk away
worse.
pretty quickly.
I don't know,
Besides,
because I kind of feel like
technically,
someone who like volunteers some details gets away with keeping a lot more details hidden. But if like you're just a brooding silent type about your past, then everybody's always trying to figure it out.
see, he brings like he says stuff like that, but there could be vague references to anything. I mean, sure, he could know someone on one of the planets he's been on. He
All we
also
know is
does
an
it.
ex-boyfriend. I mean, we don't
Yeah,
actually
you
know
never
anything.
know. I mean, he does it in a way that's like he's not like he's being secretive by dodging. He's not being secretive by acting secretive.
I feel
He
like
just
actually no. In
dodges.
fact, Kat would just casually follow behind Arca and just be like, "Someone you slept with," or
Parker definitely makes a face at that comment. And he's kind of and he just is like, no.
that was Kat's way of getting information, demanding a reaction.
Then he kind of shudders because he's now like forced to think about that.
Yeah, that's exactly why Kat would chose something so provocative. She's like, well, if he's talking about like family members or people he hates, then he's gonna react to this no matter what.
But you make your way upstairs to the meeting area, which most of you have not seen, but Romy has. It is sort of it is not what you would think of, right? Like normally if you are thinking like a meeting room, I think a lot of people probably think like a boardroom or I'm trying to like a big corporate like office, right? Like that's sort of the impression that I think people would get. Um, that is not what this room is. It is a good testament of how the last planetary governor probably overspent his funds. Uh, just like what the lower office probably looked like before it got covered in just like backlogs of paperwork. Um, it is very nice, right? Like it is Done up fancy, comfortable. It kind of feels less like an office and sort of more like a lounge. There is sort of a center table. There is a bar in the background. You imagine that probably when the last governor was running meetings up here, he had like staff up here, like assisting. He was probably showing off more than he really should have. Conversely, Alva Mason is just up there by himself. If you guys weren't there, the like planetary delegation would have been just him. Whether or not that's good or bad is certainly debatable, but he definitely would look out of place considering the fact that right now there is a delegation of people from Holland and a delegation of people from the Mining Guild, and they are basically sitting opposite each other, staring each other down. And Alpha Mason, kind of with his jolly, kind of awkward look, has placed himself like right between them and attempts to start the talks.
What style is the table? Or is
Um,
it just like a straight lounge? Like it's like,
it
is there a table?
there is a table. It is like a long conference table. It is definitely done up differently than you expect. It is like a wooden table, which is kind of a luxury on this planet. Um, Imagine like a conference table made up out of like hand carved like wood set inside of like a lounge. So like he's converted like um an office setting into like kind of a fancy show offy space.
So, is Alva sitting at the head of the table or whatever?
Yes.
Okay, good. So he at least got that right. Look, I don't have any faith that he would, okay? Like, I half expected to be like he's sitting in the middle, like, like, as in, like, no.
Probably goes and like stands and leans against the wall somewhere.
As you come up into the room though, like there is already arguing. For their part, Braden Driscoll and Carlisle Armin are basically not saying a whole lot. Like the bickering is mostly going on with like the extra advisors they had brought along. Um, Lisa Watson is having an argument with. You're not sure who this person is. They look to be like some sort of lower level administrator. Um, on the mining guild side, like they're wearing a foreman's uniform, so you imagine that they're probably in charge of some sort of operational procedure. As far as you can tell from the conversation going on, uh, the foreman is effectively arguing that they should have the rights to Prospector's Hollow because they built the mine. The equipment is mostly from the mining guild. The fact that Holland installed new equipment doesn't really change the fact that it is their mine that they built. Watson is basically arguing, well, it doesn't matter if you dig a hole in the ground. A hole's a hole. Like you can't own a hole in the ground. Like they put new infrastructure in, they put the new mining equipment in. Like, they abandoned the mine. It's their mine now. It looks like part of the delegation is specifically dealing with Prospector's Hollow, which you kind of realize that you may have possibly started an incident when you...
We've known that, yeah.
Yeah, like, you have basically formed the first non-mining guild mine on the planet. So it would seem that a big part of this delegation is whether or not Holland has the rights to mining on this planet that has conventionally been mining guild. You do notice that, like, your favorite mining guild foreman, Douglas Howard, is... he's not quite he's not quite as loud as some of the other mining guild delegation. He's very careful about what he gets into argument wise, and he's very careful about what he's saying. I mean, if someone wants to give me a read a situation.
Talking on mute. I'm good at those.
It's like that was real quiet. I was just checking because I think I didn't raise that up because other people had. And now I can't find where that is. Yeah, my read a situation's only 2.
Yeah, Mike's too.
I have
+4.
investigate. don't
I
have
just did a read check.
I mean, anyone who wants to roll can roll, because obviously what you
Sure.
pick up is going to matter based on, like, your understanding of this.
I can investigate.
No, this would be a read a situation. You can just give me a plain unmodified d20 roll for a read a situation. Like, but you don't have to if you don't really care about looking deeper into this one particular thing. But as you listen to the arguments going on, like, it's pretty standard, right? Like, the mining guild is insisting on things that are like, oh well, you know, these are the, like, precedents. These are the things that we have established. They built the town. They built them. Like, it is fundamentally a case of, like, as the founders and formation of the town and the mine, the argument is basically that the mining guild should have the final say, the rights. Like, just because they chose to not support the mine does not mean that they gave up their claim to the mine, right? Like, shutting down a mine doesn't necessarily equate giving up the land.
Well, yeah, Kat would have made her way over to Alva and leaned over and just gone, "You worked in real estate, right?"
So before you do this, we're back on the Douglas Howard bit.
Right.
You are actually aware that anytime Douglas Howard chooses to get involved, he's very boisterous, and he makes, like, the usual angry dumb miner, like, arguments, which aren't out of character for him. But every time he makes an argument for something, he's inadvertently bringing up points that actually end up falling into the favor of Holland. Like, he'll make an argument like, oh, well, you know, we did this and this, but that doesn't mean that you get to do this. But then someone on the Holland side will go, well, actually, because you did this, it sets a precedent that allows us to do this. Which actually gets points going in Holland's favor and does just generally piss off the Miners Guild whenever that happens.
Okay.
But you would like to go up to Alva and make a comment about his real estate.
She just asked, you used to work in real estate, right?
He goes, yes, related fields. Not
She's
quite
like, well,
to
what are
the
the abandonment laws?
technically, because they did not officially claim that they had given up on the mine. The document states that they have abandoned the town. However, by the records and like he goes, according to the records, and the statements of the town, there have not been official mining guild representation in the town long enough that it defaulted to control by Eden government. He installed the management. I think you recall their previous
Yeah.
government liaison, Fraser Cunningham. He was installed about 2 years prior when it became evident that the mining guild did not have full representation. That was done as a courtesy to help maintain the town. Officially, because the mining guild did not relinquish claim on the town, they could argue that they didn't, although they did not protest the absorption of the town back into jurisdiction.
Kat sort of looks blankly at him and she's like, and what about the idea of them not maintaining safety protocols in the mines due to the worm infestation?
Technically speaking, because the mine was shuttered, it did not pose a risk to townspeople. So as long as the mine wasn't opened again, there was no risk.
Kat looks at him and goes like, do you have any idea how big Al's mech is?
Kind of shakes his hand, goes,
Al stares at him.
no, I do not.
She's like, it almost fell entirely in a hole outside of the mines because the worms were not being taken care of.
I was like, yeah, my mech is like 3 stories high.
It was
And that
hilarious.
I mean, like, yeah, it was freaking hilarious, but that proves danger outside of the mines due to the neglect of the mining guild.
He sort of nods. He goes, I can see where you're coming from. There is no regulation specifically on that matter. That had previously been left to the discretion of the mining guild. Generally speaking, they would just abandon the town. Prospector's Hollow was unique in that citizens refused to move to a mine.
Yeah, pauses were like, then they chose to accept the governance of Eden, which means the citizens already weighed in on their opinion.
nods and goes, technically, the town was absorbed under Eden's government. However, they do have a case that they could argue that they did not formally relinquish their claim, and that the citizens of Prospector's Hollow absorbed themselves back into Eden's governance without their authorization. I'm not certain they would win that in court, but it is a defense.
Pat just kind of looks horrified at that because the idea of them like going like they didn't have the right to leave is just like what the fuck. Um,
I mean, he sees you make that face and he goes, so technically, they left the mine and they told the people living there to move, and they did not. There is technically a claim they could make that the people who were living in the town were not authorized to live there and were squatting. Therefore, they don't have claim to absorb the town back governance.
okay, so here's a question based on real life political settlement rules, okay? Like for example, when Sir Walter Raleigh settled in the quote unquote New World, right? And he formed the lost colony, well, what became the lost colony of Roanoke. The reason they even chose to leave soldiers there was because if they didn't keep a force there, they would lose their rights to their claim to the land within a certain amount of time.
So, yeah, squatters' rights are a weird thing.
Right. So I'm trying to figure out what they are on. Like, is the since the Miners Guild left and they know, and the people there no longer consider themselves as part of the Miners Guild because they felt betrayed and abandoned by the Miners Guild and they accepted the governance of Eden. Wouldn't that create a gap?
So there is sort of a weird, so in this particular situation, right? Like there is sort of a weird problem. So the mining guild is a business that is not recognized as a major corporate entity. So they have some legislation basically that is a little less ironclad than the larger corporations, right? Like they're sort of recognized as a loose union rather than a large corporate business. So as sort of like a founder's like courtesy, they were like one of the original organizations that formed on Wayfar. They were working with them and they followed like normal laws and rules. They don't technically have the same absolute claim as like Holland does, and that's something that they're arguing for. So, trying to think how to answer this without just like giving you. So the way it works on Wayfar, that the corporation can own a plot of land, and it is absolutely their land to do what they will with it until they basically sell it or give it up. And giving it up is sort of a kind of not well defined thing on Wayfar because of how hostile the environment is. Like, if an area simply becomes unprofitable or hazardous, can technically just give up the land. You don't have to sell it to somebody because no one wants it. So the argument is that the mining guild saw the land as unprofitable and gave it up, like they gave up their claim to the property. And Holland came in later and made the land profitable, and because it was abandoned, they have the right to claim it because Eden had reabsorbed the land back in their jurisdiction. Because if you give up a property, it just falls back into the jurisdiction of the Eden government, right? Like, they manage all the land. So, like, if you just decide, I don't want it anymore, someone has to own it, it goes back to Eden.
Right.
The mining guild is basically claiming just because they shut down the mine because it wasn't profitable for them at the time is not the same thing as shuttering giving up. Because obviously, Holland could make the mine profitable with investment. So their argument is we could have done the same. We chose to focus on other things at the time. That doesn't mean that we have given up on it.
Sounds like bullshit to me, but whatever.
It's
Yeah,
not a
no,
good
it is
argument.
bullshit.
It's not a good argument. Like, the fact that Eden took it
No.
back and they didn't say anything absolutely shows that's a poor argument, but, like, they can make that argument. As he said, it might not hold up, but, like, they are allowed to make that argument.
So Cash is gonna pause and look up and go, if the mining guild wants to reclaim Prospector's Hollow, are they going to pay for the repairs to Al's mech when he fell in a wormhole outside of the mine? Because it was their property they were not upkeeping?
Are you asking that to
The table.
the table?
I also have some hospital bills that came as a result of my visit.
And it wasn't just my mech, Al says. We all got pretty much, messed up by the worms.
She says, "Oh right, the fee that went to us would need to be repaid because it was offered by Eden through Holland. So, is the mining guild gonna pay us too?"
Or rather, reimburse Eden for our payment to
Yeah.
us.
Right.
Braden Driscoll pauses, like he raises his hand to pause the speaking of the rest of the guild, and he kind of flips through his tablet and he goes, "Well, if you are willing to admit that the property does in fact belong to the Miners Guild, then yes, payment would be due for repairs caused by
Renovations?
the unfortunate incident during which you fell into a unsupported mining shaft. However," he looks through the documents, "the operation that you speak of was a unsanctioned breach into mining guild property. If I recall correctly, you broke into a sealed facility which you were not authorized to enter. And while we appreciate the assistance in eliminating the worm threat, we're not authorized there, and you chose to enter there despite it being sealed."
Oh, and Kat's gonna look really concerned and go, "Oh, you're right. We'll go put the worms back."
Kind of shrugs and he goes, "Well, you are welcome to do so. We would not be paying for any additional damage that causes you. But if you are willing
Like,
to
"Oh no."
admit that it is our property, we would be happy to pay for any
Like, if it
costs
was your
incurred."
property, then we actually stole your worms. So, you're right. We should make sure that you get the worms back, and Holland would have to retrieve all of their equipment from the town and any sort of renovations done to the town, since they were not authorized, would need to be taken back.
He
Worms with interest.
he kind of nods.
I was about to say something, but does not.
He nods. He goes, You are correct. If that is the way you wish to go, then yes, you would also want to remove all upgrades provided by Holland. Would certainly not contest that. You are also welcome to restore the worms that you displaced to the mines. Of course, any upgrades to the mine would also have to be removed. that would perhaps put a bit of a hazard on the people of Prospector's Hollow, since, of course, we would need advance notice to
You mean the ones you left to starve?
reinstall a new door on the mine entrance in the interim. Of course, you could also consider the damages to the mine that you have caused, and we could call it even if you leave the mining facilities intact so that we can keep the mine safe. You are free to put the worms back in, of course, afterwards, but if you leave the
Kat
doors
like
there,
kind
we
of
can
tilts her
seal
head
it.
and she's like, you know, the acid melted those walls in the mine from the worms.
No, it's because we are aware how the worms work.
So that wasn't our destruction of those.
Kind of pulls up the footage of you fighting in the mines. Kind of
Yeah, no, it was the worms
points
that
out
destroyed the
some damage
walls.
that was caused. It goes, now, I believe some of this was caused by your aggression toward the worms. Now, this is understandable, of course. It is collateral damage, but it is still caused by your unauthorized access to the facility.
I knew we shouldn't have released those body cams.
Kat just looks like, why don't you just admit you don't give a damn about the people of Prospector's Hollow and stop pretending?
He kind of looks at you and goes, well, we told them not to live there. They chose to live there. You're correct. They should not have been there. It is not our responsibility that they chose to live in an area that was deemed dangerous.
An
People
area
who
you
lived there were aware of what was going on. In fact, their foreman chose to live in a place where he knew it was dangerous. I don't see how that is our responsibility that we told them to move and they did not.
Kat just kind of laughs at that and goes, good, so we're just admitting this is about money to you. It is not about the actual prosperity of people or their safety or even of your ex-miners, because as soon as you decide they cross the line, you don't care if they die.
He sort of shrugs and goes, we are here about business.
Kat just pauses and looks at Alva and goes, that sounds like a pretty heavy case of abandonment. But we can ask the people of Eden what they think if we release the knowledge that the mining guild was fine with an entire town dying because they didn't toe the line of the guild.
Driscoll kind of shrugs and goes, there is quite a bit of evidence of Holland being quite irresponsible with the lives of several organizations. I would imagine that the people of Eden would feel the same way toward us that they do with them.
Kat sort of gives them this sort of like completely expressionless look. She's like, oh, I'm not arguing for Holland here. I'm arguing that if anything, Eden should take over, by your arguments, Eden should take over the town again. Because clearly you were negligent.
Alva Mason kind of perks up a bit and he goes, I mean, not a bad point. I suppose the property does fall into the jurisdiction of Eden, and we're free to do with it what we wished. In this case, we did sell it to Holland. it does seem like it is not in your favor to claim Prospector's Hollow. At this, Driscoll kind of frowns. And he goes, well, luckily for us, it is not a decision made here and now. But if you feel that way, as unfortunate as it is, take your opinion under advisement. But we will not simply allow it to pass as is.
Cat just kind of rolls her eyes at that, but she doesn't. She does not say anything right now. What are Al Harker and Rumi doing during all this? Like, you guys are being silent.
Al's
Remy-
brain is exploding silently.
Remy's yawning and thanking God y'all came because this isn't as fun as she thought it would be.
Parker's like not seeing anybody. He's kind of watching with like keen interest. He also has a bit of a frown on his face.
Remy did want to yell at the guy you were just talking to, but she held back.
You can see that, like, after that exchange, that Braden Driscoll is not happy, but he continues his conversation with Armin, and it still is interesting that, like, the two people who are in charge are mostly having a conversation with Mason, while, like, their support staff, as it were, are basically arguing. You do notice that, like, the mining guild side is getting increasingly upset, and Douglas Howard makes a comment that immediately gets everyone's attention when he makes a comment about how he was going to try to take back Prospector's Hollow. That causes Holland, like everyone in Holland, to sort of make a look at him, because claiming that he wanted to take it back does sort of imply that they had given it up. And a lot of the mining guild people sort of give him like "are you stupid" look.
Uh-oh.
Um and it kind of sets off a different argument about Howard's behavior. Because you recall when Howard originally was trying to take back the town,
Mm-hmm.
it wasn't for the Miners Guild.
Right. But didn't he have minus skilled equipment?
He had his rig, his laser, his mining laser. He had his crew and his mining laser. He had convinced them that he was working for the mining. He convinced them that he was working for the Miners Guild when in reality he just didn't want Charlie Mason to be in charge.
I mean, no one did, but
Basically, he wanted to be in charge over Alistair Warner. Didn't agree that Charlie Mason, who was the liaison from Holland, was working with Fraser Cunningham, and that basically Holland ran the town indirectly. Like, it wasn't their town, but like it was a complicated situation. And you realize that like Howard is purposely sandbagging this conversation. And like every time he does, like Carlisle Armin is real good about capitalizing on the stupid things that Howard is saying. And it's really annoying Driscoll. To the point that like eventually Driscoll just like changes the topic. Like it moves away from Prospector's Hollow and switches back to the core root of the argument of should Holland have the right to mine in general, because mining should fall into the purview of the Miners Guild because they are the mining guild. Like that is historically on Wayfar their jurisdiction. They can't just mine on the planet without the authorizations of the mining guild. Like, regardless of who Prospector's Hollow falls into the control of, like, they should still be the ones operating the mines. Because even, like, territories that are owned by Eden, when there's mining, because not every city that has a mine is owned by the mining guild. Like, that would just be untenable. But every mine has otherwise been managed by the mining guild. And Prospector's Hollow, regardless of who owns the town, the mine being owned wholly by Holland is a violation of basically like tradition and like technically legal precedent, even though it's not like officially stated that it has to be. But the argument basically is that contracts with the mining guilds are basically done at cost, and then they get some of the profits after that, but most of the profits are in the benefit of Eden and Wayfar as a whole. Like the mining guild technically operates at the best interest of Wayfar as a whole. Prospector's Hollow, because Eden owns the town, like they pay taxes and municipality toward Eden, but like all profits of that mine go straight to Holland. Like Eden benefits nothing from it.
okay. At that, Cat would go. I had a direct thought, and then it kind of slipped as I listened to more. She would first ask Alva quietly. She's like, could you offer to act as a liaison as Eden's representative and actually open negotiations for the mining guild to get some of the work at Prospector's Hollow.
He kind of pauses and thinks bad and he goes, officially speaking, because Eden sold the land Holland has full jurisdiction of the mine. I can offer, but they basically have no need for mediation. They can handle it all themselves, and I can't impress them to listen to me.
Pat like gently kind of nudges him and just goes, "No, you can't make them do anything. But PR-wise, it looks better for them if they are in negotiations for the betterment of Eden and the entire planet. So you can offer to serve in that role."
So Alva Mason kind of nods and at your suggestion does bring up the possibility that if the mining guild has interest of Eden at heart, it would benefit everybody involved if Holland opened negotiations for the mining guild to assist in the operations of the Prospector's Hollow mine, provide benefit for the people of Eden. To which Braden Driscoll makes a few interesting offers about basically taking over the actual mining because that is their sort of specialty. And offering effectively a profit share that does in fact strongly favor the mining guild, and the offer basically is that Holland would basically be able to purchase any minerals at cost, minus the cost of any investment that they put into the mine. So like if they haul 50 tons of material minus whatever they invest in, they can purchase that at like what the cost value is. To which counter offer from Armin is basically they can stuff it and they don't need the mining guild to mine. They have a functioning mine. If the whole point is that all they want is the benefit of Eden, they can simply offer a discount to Eden for any materials they need out of the mine. Which the mining guild is very unhappy about, but Alpha Mason does seem to side a bit toward Holland's offer because it would just be simpler to just have one organization and require no additional oversight.
Cat speaks up and is just like, yes, but it seems the mining guild's concern here is that they get some sort of representation. Is that correct?
Driscoll does agree that the main issue isn't the main issue basically is that if you set a precedent that that corporations can open mines on their property without the mining guild, that you may as well just allow anyone to do whatever they want without any oversight. And that creates a problem because the mining guild has the most experience in managing operations on Wayfar, are most familiar with how to mine and handle the intricacies of Wayfar, and that just because Holland got lucky with their mine doesn't mean that the next mine to open because some corporation decided to cut out the professionals, it's not going to just turn into an unmitigated disaster. And it sets a
So
bad precedent.
Cat looks Strawman at this point, and it's just like, considering that the current cow, why am I blanking on the title? Person in charge of the mine. You know what Warner is.
Foreman?
Woman. Thank you. I was just like something man. It's not supervisor.
Superman.
Superman, yes. Considering the current foreman used to be a member of the Miners Guild, is it possible to bring? Would it be possible to consider negotiations where he would be able to select some members of the Miners Guild to bring into more the administration side of things? Obviously, we don't want to negate the training that has already been done in the mines and the workers that remained in town and who are now working to be able to put food on their own table.
Al bends down and kind of whispers in Cat's ear, says, like, are you thinking of like a subcontractor thing where they get a say, they have to sign off on final stuff and they get paid a commission rate or something? Because that could probably keep things under where they are now and involve the Miners Guild in a way that makes it, so that they have involvement without getting too involved.
Cat looks up around. It's like, you should say that louder.
Al straightens up and goes, so potentially, and Kat, correct me if I'm wrong here, what we could work on as an arrangement is having you be involved whenever there are any, major or, substantial changes in mining, whenever new mines are open, whenever a mine is considered to be closed, basic safety regulations, yearly checkups, whatever. Have you on as subcontractors, right? You're still involved in every mine. The overall control still remains where it is, but you're still overseeing everything and making sure that it's running the way it should, and you still get a very big say in the way mining operations are handled.
And Cat's kind of keeping an eye on Armin during this to see if he is giving any sort of facial indication of where he's thinking about this.
You can see why Barnett has Armin as his go-to guy, because Armin basically doesn't react at all. He's pretty stone-faced the entire time.
I know, but Cat's trying to look for evidence of are we pushing too far here? As in as people who work for Barnett, are we pissing off Barnett by suggesting this?
You honestly can't tell from Armin. Armin is very clearly considering what you're saying. He nods, he acknowledges.
What's Howard's reaction? Sorry, go on.
Howard. Howard looks
Douglas Howard.
pissed.
Okay, yeah, he's going to be a better indicator.
Well, no, he would be pissed because we're literally naming Warner as getting some say in this as well.
Yeah.
Which and he hates Warner.
Oh, he
didn't think Warner deserved
absolutely
this position.
detests Warner. He thinks Warner is a shitty foreman.
So like he's gonna be pissed. Like it's not gonna be an indication of like what Holland wants. He's just pissed because of his own petty.
Yeah, like Douglas Howard is absolutely livid. Like the fact that you even mentioned the idea of like Warner having greater authority in this town.
Yeah.
It wouldn't even just be in this town, though. It would be well. I mean, Warner obviously yes, but you know,
Warner would
it
only
might
have
be-
authority as far as Prospectors Hollows goes.
Right,
But
Right.
You're basically.
But there's potential. Yeah, go on.
You're basically suggesting a proposition in which Douglas Howard's like rival for
Rival.
life is now more important.
yeah.
But that's the thing is like nothing is changing hands. They're just getting a say in it. They're getting paid for it.
Right. But that's why he is not a trustworthy metric for this.
So-
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying, that
we know though he's double agent.
So
Right, he's not a very trustworthy metric, but at the same time, he's a better metric than fucking Carlisle over there.
So
I mean, no, because like he's not going to want what's better for Holland either. He wants what's better for himself, and he hates Warner.
True.
So like he's not going to ever be like on board with Warner actually getting more influence or being acknowledged as this person in charge or anything like that. Like
so
Oh, I suppose.
give me a spot. Whoever chooses to like pay attention to the interactions with Douglas Howard.
Should it be? Can I do a read a situation for that, or does it have to be a spot?
No, this is going to be a spot.
I can do this.
All right. I'll do one as well, just to bring
we'll
everything
just
in here.
all do a spot.
Yeah, that's not as good.
Oh, we like
So you bring up this
Same wavelength.
proposal. You-
Romy's oblivious.
I like that you rolled the 9 again.
Yeah, seriously.
So
when we got distracted by scone crumbs.
yeah, these salty scones didn't bring any like beverage, so like now Romy's just like really thirsty, just like damn, I might have put too much salt in these scones.
And the beverage was the 21.
So like you propose this, and like it's a reasonable proposition, right? Like
Yeah.
Armin's willing to discuss it. Driscoll doesn't like it, but he recognizes it as it's a
compromise.
it's a reasonable compromise, and it's workable. And so they're talking about it, and like just like everything else, the background guys are like off to the side having like discussions and arguments, and you recognize that Douglas Howard is like super pissed, like red in the face, like he's ready to like deck somebody angry.
So wait, no, go on.
And like he's making arguments on things like you can tell that like he's super focused on the prospector's hollow end of it because he keeps bringing stuff about the town up. And you sort of notice that like as he's getting more and more angry and aggressive, that Carlisle Armin gives him a look. Like in the middle of talking, like he's still talking, he's still having a conversation with Driscoll, but like he gives Howard a look. It's for a very brief second. But after he gives that look, Douglas Howard sort of gives like an angry grunt, like in mid-sentence, and then he's just like, you know what? Forget it. Who cares? I'm still getting paid. Sort of slouches back in his chair and looks angry, but is a lot more reserved.
So he doesn't actually say, "Forget it, I'm still being paid." He just kind of like shuts
No,
up.
he says
right?
that. He
Oh,
says
fuck.
that like he's in the middle of shouting about something. He gets that look, and then he's just like, you know what? Forget it. I'm still getting paid, and just sort of like grunts and like sits back in his chair.
I want Al to try to see if there's any reaction from the other Miners Guild folks, specifically Driscoll, if they notice his sort of interaction with Armin. Like, so can I just like, should it be another spot or read a situation at that point?
Either one would work in this case.
Yeah, I get a better plus on read, so. Ugh, barely.
So
Sure, you don't want to try a spot?
A spot would have been an 8 at that point, or like a 7, so.
No, I mean, you don't know that it is.
so
Could have rolled a completely different dice for the spot.
as far as you know,
Oh, okay.
That would have been my spot. Anyway, that other d20 doesn't matter, but go ahead.
as far as you know, Driscoll is busy, right? Like he is conversing with Arm, so he doesn't really pay much attention to Howard. Like he just knows that Howard is yelling. It's not like Howard stops, right? Like he's still grumbling, still fussing.
I mean, to be fair, Howard is kind of a blowhard anyway, all the time.
Right.
Yeah, I'd probably pay more attention if he was quiet.
I'd be worried if he, like, yeah, if he was being, like, rational and even-tempered and shit, like, it'd be like, what the
What do you know that we don't?
Yeah, there's, like, something's going on.
Yeah, like Douglas Howard hasn't shut up, right? Like he's still grumbly, and like there's still
It's like
conversation.
Romy suddenly making a really good decision, but it's one that, like, doesn't involve stealing stuff or blowing something up. And it's just like, wait, what?
Like Howard is still unhappy, but like he has basically resolved himself to, well, even if it goes this way, they're still paying me, and like.
Right.
Like, it is a reasonable response to a situation you don't like. It's like, at the end of the day, they're still paying me, so fuck it.
Mhm.
Which, that does cause some people to, like, question him. And, like, that is basically just he goes, like, I mean, if they want to pay me to sit around and not do anything, like, fine. And it does sort of change some of the conversation. Like there's still some disagreement. Like, no, the mining guild should be in charge, but like some people are like, well, I mean, I guess if we're still getting paid, it's not so bad. And, like,
Money is king.
yeah, like you're still getting
And the
paid.
respect thing is if there's a chance they could still get the respect.
This garners respect and money. They're still in a position of power. They still get paid.
Yeah, exactly. Like they
Yeah.
become known as like the ones who like are still like, have to get approval and stuff. So they get the like
Yeah. At the end of the day, though, it's up to Holland to take their advice. You
Yeah.
know?
well, I mean that has been Kat's kind of philosophy the entire time. She's like, well, if Barnett takes over the planet, like all of this is moot anyway. Like this is crap he's gonna have to figure out, and it won't be like this business having to go on. So we're just trying to get through to that point. And if he doesn't succeed in taking the planet, then he didn't play the game well enough. So
Yeah. And some background to this reasoning on Al's part, because again, I like to give background on weird decisions he makes that seem a little too articulate for him. This is the same strategy that was employed back when he was on a prison planet to calm down boisterous prisoners, was to give them some kind of responsibility that made them feel, You know, like they were making a difference or doing something either for themselves or for others, depending on their personality, and get compensated for it somehow, no matter what it is. You know?
Yeah, even in prison, you want to be the big guy on campus type thing.
Right. If you're given responsibility, you're distracted. Even if that responsibility is, you know, useless at the end of the day.
So,
It's kind of sad, actually. I'm a little depressed now.
so
But it's true. Everyone wants their own importance.
Yeah.
the conversation goes on for a bit, and they don't quite come to an agreement per se, but it does become obvious that like they're willing to work on this point at least a little bit. So ultimately, it gets side railed a little bit when Driscoll brings up the point that, um, as one of the founding organizations uh, on Wayfar that sort of spun off into its own thing, the Mining Guild is not formally registered and viewed by Wayfar as its own independent corporate entity. It's not its own standing business. Um, Technically, what's happening is there are some people in planetary administration who view the Mining Guild as sort of like a government organization and just sort of just assume that they'll do whatever Eden says. Just like if Eden says do this, they're just gonna do it. That has made it incredibly difficult for them to do a lot of things on the planet, and it does sort of limit their right to self governance. And it has previously in the past resulted in some conflict when Eden was just like, hey, we would like to change this thing, so you guys are changing this thing. And the Mining Guild is like, that would cost us a whole lot of money, and no. Like, it's just some purely bureaucratic decision. Like, it's not a safety regulation, it's not a thing. It's just like, it's sort of like Eden would come by and be like, hey, we need all your headers to say, like, Eden Mining Guild instead of just Mining Guild. And they'd be like, do you have any idea how many headers that is? And they'd be like, yeah, well, you know, we're rebranding, so we need you to do it. It's like, no? Like, that kind of level of, like, minor administrative, like, kerfuffle.
So, Kat would actually pipe up with that. She's like, well, that doesn't make much sense since the Eden government tried to declare you guys were terrorists. So clearly that's something that needs to be clarified.
Yeah,
Oh, it's in now.
Holland actually kind of has, like, no concern one way or the other with this. They're just like, I don't really care. Like, this doesn't involve them.
Yeah. No. But it's about calming down the guild, so it doesn't.
Yeah, like Armin's just like, yeah, I don't care. That's fine. Alpha Mason's just like, I mean, I sure. Well, he starts to say sure, and then he like pauses. And he's like, um, and like you see, he hesitates. Like he wants to say yes, but like something is like causing him to pause. He's like, I'd be happy to put your request up for advisement with the Planetary Council. They will likely require you to file for a new business application. It is the stance of the council that the Mining Guild exists outside of the new established business legislation as a grandfathered organization. you would have to reapply as a new business and require further investigation before we could accept the application. He kind of gives a very like textbook response to that request. So
Kat tilts her head and goes, "You realize you're the governor now, right?"
Mason sort of nods, and he uh kind of looks at you, and he kind of like lowers his voice a bit so that like it's not immediately obvious what
Mhm.
he's saying to you, and he's like, so the mining guild isn't the only organization that is grandfathered in like this, and if we give them exception, it would cause several other organizations
Mhm.
probably want to do the same. And I don't personally have a problem with this, but the council would probably try to vote me out of office immediately.
Kat murmurs back quietly and goes, "Are they as big as the mining guild?"
Individually, no.
Have they started revolutions?
He kind of pauses and he goes, well, no, but uh most of the civic works in this town are not actually government agencies.
And she just considers and goes, "Well, it sounds like the actual system requiring reapplication would negate their past and their honor, which isn't really acceptable. It sounds like that system needs to be changed and made exceptions for this legacy workers of the planet."
He kind of nods and he goes, well, there's a reason that most of them haven't filed for the application.
Go on.
Well, no, I think that is the reason they
Yeah.
haven't filed, is because they lose the reputation. I mean, like, you basically would have to start under a
Facts.
new name. So it's like if McDonald's wanted to be recognized as something else, and they'd have to be known as like Frank's from now on, because they don't have another name. And it's like they suddenly lose like all their time being known as McDonald's and everything that is imbued in the minds. In a way, like it's
Gotcha.
more serious than that, but like yeah.
It's kind of like if you imagine, like, I don't know, 1,000 years in the future where like everything is in the corporate state. But like McDonald's was prior to the formation of the new corporate laws. And so like they were just sort of grandfathered in and just no one did anything about it because they're just an old organization. But like the new organizations have special protections and special rules because it's a new corporate government. And they went, cool, you can apply. You just have to rebrand your organization and form a new one.
So Kat pauses and goes, "What if you present this idea as a pilot test program of transition for the sake of the mining guild?"
He considers it and he goes, I can certainly pitch it to the council. It would.
She's like, "It's not going to help if they keep like, rebelling and stuff like that. Like that benefits no one."
Alva kind of nods, considers what you're saying, and he pitches the idea to Driscoll that he'd be willing to put in a recommendation to the council, sort of attempt a new program for certain agencies, bypass a new application, provided certain criteria are met. And if that would satisfy them, he basically says, can't promise anything right away, but if the pilot program worked, it would give them the outcome they desire, and if they would be amenable to that as an option. To which Driscoll kind of gives a not really a non-committal response, right? Like it's a, well, I can't agree to that if I don't know that the outcome is going to be yes, but I'm not going to say no before you attempt it.
Which is better than what we started at.
It is. And the conversation kind of jumps between the topics for a little bit again. And you're not really sure how this conversation comes up. But there is sort of a topic that eventually gets brought up about why does Holland have so much power in the planet?
I mean, that's a good question.
Like, it's
Al does not respond.
Like, yeah, everyone, like, Catch was like, I'm not. Oh, look at this tablet. I have text I have to respond
Whistling in
to.
the background.
It sort of gets raised that, like, well, yeah, right now, Holland has to eat the cost of assisting in planetary defenses. But not 6 months ago, Holland was basically being paid a premium to provide security force for the planet. And while, like, they don't report officially what the size of their standing military force is, it seemed ready to go with an unusually high number right away, and B, it seemed rather concerning that they were tasked with, like, general planetary policing. Like, why is Holland the martial law of the planet? And
It's just like, this match 3 game is really important, actually.
And, like, Carlisle Armin's response basically is they pride themselves on being prepared for any contingency. So their standing military force is a matter of consequence on a planet as dangerous on Wayfar. After all, like, there's bandits, there's raiders, the wildlife is dangerous, you don't know what else is on the planet. So of course they're going to have, like, a well invested military presence because, like, for example, like, they were constantly, like, sending out shipments, and each shipment would have its own, like, escort. So, of course, with the number of shipments that they send, because they provide services worldwide, it would make sense that they would have a large, like,
And
military
even
contingent.
those were getting attacked and destroyed.
Yeah. Um. As for why they were charging, well, like, their services aren't free, so of course they would charge fair rates for their military service. After all, it's not cheap to build a new, like, defensive fortification on the main trade route. And the counterpoint to that from Driscoll is basically, why did you need to build a fortification on a trade route? Trade route.
At that point, Cap just goes, Blade cult. Oh, she says.
Driscoll kind of looks at that, like, as sort of a not good reason, because he kind of raises up the point. It's like, well, prior to the establishment of the fortification, records indicate that the Blade Cult basically only raided passing transports. After you've built the fortification, they went from raiding to all out assaults. By all standards, the reports indicate that your building a formation only escalated the problem.
At that, Cat lifts a hand and goes, Look, I'm not speaking in defense of Holland here when I say this. The issue goes all the way back, though, to the Battle of Manning's Cross and what happened between the Lancer Guild and such there. The Blade Code has never stopped eyeing the planet. It just things fell into motion now. They were going to take the planet regardless.
Driscoll kind of looks at that and goes, even if that's true, why does Holland own the planetary fortification?
And that cat just goes, that's a valid question. And she goes back to her tablet. She doesn't she's not going to try to argue that one.
And Armin's defense basically is, well, we built it and we man it. So therefore, it is easier for all parties involved if we maintain it and own it. And the topic, basically becomes, well, if you are now part of the planetary defense, what right do you have to own a planetary defense? After all, it's a planetary defense. It should belong to the people, right? Isn't that the whole point? Isn't that what this argument that she's been making this entire time has been? And Driscoll is very keen to gesture to Cat on this one.
Hacker just looks very keenly interested in this whole conversation.
Thanks, Hawker.
She has established that we should be working for the public interest after all. And Alva Mason does kind of turn to Cat and goes, I mean, he raises a point.
Cat goes yeah, but I don't speak for Holland. So I was, like I said before I came up here, I am interested in the people of this planet being taken care of. So it is not she's like, I go out and I have killed Blade Colt under Holland's command, but it was for the sake of this planet. So I'm not going to attempt to answer these questions because they're not my forte. And she kind of gestures back at Armin. She's like,
Yeah, you're not getting off that easy.
yeah, you can, yeah. But I mean, she doesn't, yeah. Good.
No, so Alpha Mason kind of looks at me and goes, well, I mean, in your opinion, as someone who is, as you say, championing for the public interest, what are your concerns about Holland's military presence in their territory in regards to the defense of Eden?
Oh my. Cat says, I cannot say that I have particularly ever been in favor of corporation control of a planet. However, I am much less in favor of guys who think that the only way to gain honor is to die while killing a bunch of other people being in charge. And she's like, I have seen what the weapons of the Blade cult do. I have seen the way that the voices of those who have died echo through time in the whole of the weapon they use. And my main concern is whatever it takes to keep the Blade cult off this planet right now and then deal with the ramifications.
You can see Alpha Mason considering what you're saying. In response to this, Carlisle Armin basically goes on. It's sort of like a sales pitch. Effectively, Armin's argument is that it's easier for everyone involved if Holland owns the defensive fortifications, continues to staff the defensive fortifications, and train and manage everything going on in them, because it is just less work involved for Eden. They don't have to worry about it.
At that, Cat pipes up and goes, there's not some sort of hiring freeze on involving members of the public and if they need a job, right?
He kind of looks at you and goes, well, if we just allow anyone to sign up and volunteer, we can't guarantee that none of them, for example, might not be Blade Cult infiltrators.
Cat, counters with like, that's fair, as I have had a member of his security team turn on me in the middle of battle because they were Blade cult. So I get that concern. But there's a way that we can do a system in order to make sure that the people are, earning their dinner for the table too, right? In which they will not compromise the security of Holland.
Armin kind of frowns a bit and he goes, it would
And then she kind of, before he replies, she goes, it was managed in Prospectus Hollow.
kind of frowns a little bit again. Because it would be impractical to maintain a database of every applicant comes through and then do a thorough background search for every person that wished to apply. The resources required be excessive, and the time spent on it would be inefficient. By
He
focusing
kind of like
on Holland employees who have already passed examination, it would make it far more efficient of time and money.
kind of gives him this exasperated look, and it's just like, I'm not saying put them into the high positions where you can have no possible compromisation, but you can hire people to help with rationing and food and pat them down before they come in if you're that point out that they're not carrying poison.
You know, you can see sort of a smirk forming on Driscoll's face as you have this conversation. And he kind of interrupts and goes, you know, if Holland turned these properties over to Eden, it would become a public service. You would have access to Eden's civilian database, and it would be within the law use their existing citizens database to cross-check for potential threats to the defensive line. Since it would be Eden owned and operated, it wouldn't be a violation of citizen rights.
Cat gives him an odd look. It's like, why would it be a violation of citizens' rights? If Eden has such a database, then the citizens that want to be hired by Holland would be able to volunteer to have that information released to Holland.
Alpha Mesa chimes in, goes, well, the citizens could individually choose to release their records. The Privacy Act does technically only allow government organizations to access the data normally.
But isn't this a wartime, and thus that's the reasoning for increased taxes?
He nods and goes, normally, yes. This is not a planetary law. This is actually a union law. Technically, any sort of request in that nature does have to get authorized further up the chain. It can still be done as you suggest. It would be more efficient if it was considered a planetary defense measure. Planetary defense measures technically only apply to planetary defense forces, as it is a contracted organization. We would have to individually requisition records for each applicant. It would still work. Just Driscoll's suggestion would be more efficient.
And Kat just looks outright irritated and just goes like, not everything is about efficiency, some things about doing what's right.
Mason nods and goes, "No, I understand. We could still do your suggestion. His is just faster. Legally, just have to protect everyone's records."
It's like, what? Oh, you mean people don't hack into your records all the time? Okay. Right. She doesn't say that.
I
She's
mean,
like, well,
I mean, in fairness, she tries to avoid hacking Union files as much as possible.
Yeah, but she's done it before.
This is true, but like even she doesn't really like doing it. It is kind of a pain in her ass.
Okay, no. I mean, she does like doing it. She totally likes doing it. She just knows better than to do it often. There's a difference.
Yeah,
I mean, there's no point where she's like, this isn't fun. She's just like, no, that is totally her type of fun.
there's just consequences, and sometimes those consequences are inconvenient.
Oh, like get you killed, yeah. So like she tries to avoid them.
Yeah,
Um, she just lightly shrugs and goes, I just think it would be beneficial if we could make sure that the people of the city are able to work for money, especially with the increased taxation that has some of them a little bit restless because they're not even believing in the Blade Cult problem.
I mean, like, so Driscoll's proposal, basically, is that
He's just trying to strip Holland of their influence.
oh, 100%, 100%. But his
And
proposal is basically the defensive lines would be
considering Kat just hacked into Holland's database and all of that, she's not trying to make bigger enemies with Holland right now, so she is trying to let Holland keep their influence.
yeah. So like Holland's argument basically is that like, well, it's easier if we own it, and then we can just hire whoever we want. And if that happens to just be all Holland employees, well, that's just how it has to be.
Then Kat would go, when your advisor at Holland is back in contact with you, she's a military advisor, she's like, I would suggest speaking with him over the concerns of potentially making a small contingent that is the people of Wayfar and giving them work.
Mason kind of considers what you said, and he's like, that seems like a reasonable accommodation, I suppose.
Because Cash is basing this off of how he was willing to handle Prospectus Hollow and that he was willing to do a merging of workforce in order to gain the favor of both sides. So that's basically the sort of sentiment she's suggesting at this point.
Yeah.
Because he's shown he's willing to use that to his advantage too. So
Mason considers your suggestion, and the negotiation goes on for a little bit longer.
like
And
Kat is probably just having this massive headache right now.
ultimately, it doesn't resolve definitively. There are a few points that are made. The plan going forward is that Holland will maintain control of its defensive fortifications. Prospector's Hollow tentatively remains under the jurisdiction of Holland. There was some positive looking agreements about working toward getting the mining guild more involved with mining operations in Prospector's Hollow, along with potentially some legislation that may increase uh, regulation for corporate entities to just develop like independent authority over all aspects of public works. Like right now, as is, you build the town, you get to do whatever you want in it. Generally speaking, mining was not considered something you could do, and Prospector's Hollow sort of made it aware that the legislation doesn't actually stop the corporations from building their own mines. And so they're considering revising that, which also comes with it sort of a potential for the mining guild to become more recognized as an authority, especially in regards to like mining operations on the planet.
As long as they just stop starting wars when they don't get their way.
I mean, that's kind of your fault.
Only a little.
It's a tiny bit.
We sent them a thing. Okay, so yes, that part was my fault. But like there was already issues. It wasn't like they were already like getting ready to riot. And then like they did that whole like we have a town and we're rioting with the town, and then like Eden was like, well, we're wiping out that town, and that was we were not responsible for that.
Yeah. It's a mixed bag.
Not everything is butterfly wings, okay?
It's a mixed bag of things. True.
People have free will. They make dumb decisions.
Yes. Although, sometimes they get pushed down that line. But
All we were doing was giving them credence for that, yes, sketchy shit was going on, and they had a right to be upset about this stuff.
yes. And what they did with it was they started a war, basically.
I mean, well, the war itself wasn't an issue. It was the whole, like, we're just gonna, like, take this town, and this town is just gonna leave the planet. Like, it's like, no, like, there's a difference between, like, it's the equivalent of going, like, yes, there are. You're right, the British government isn't treating you correctly. And, well, I guess now we're signing the Declaration of Independence. There's a lot in between that, is all I'm saying.
Oh, there's a lot in between that. That doesn't mean people don't try to skip from A to Z.
Well, yes, but I'm just saying.
But yes. Yeah, so ultimately the negotiation didn't resolve a whole lot, right? Like everyone left kind of unhappy. So, negotiation successful.
I mean, yeah, technically.
Yeah.
Didn't make anything worse. It possibly instilled some potential changes. As the delegations are like getting ready to leave, Carlisle Armin kind of approaches you. And he kind of just gives you a look. And he's just like, I'm not sure what side you're on. But I suppose haven't made an enemy today.
She tilts her head and just looks at him, goes, Barnett knows what side I'm on.
He kind of looks you over and he goes, "Well, I'm not Barnett."
She just pauses and goes, "Thank God," and just turns to look back at her own team. And she
I'll
just
just
she
gives a thumbs
casually
up.
says over her shoulder, "Is just like, I think the universe can only handle one of them." I was doing what?
Yeah, Al, what were you gonna say?
Al just gives her a thumbs up and then just kind of he's been side-eyeing Romy the whole time, but he's surprised that Romy has remained this quiet throughout the entire thing.
I mean, I feel like Romy just got bored.
Fell asleep.
Probably.
She's just sleeping over there.
Yeah, Remy's kind of bored and she's still trying to look tough.
So, the delegation from Holland leaves. The mining guild starts to leave. And then Brayden Driscoll kind of motions for the rest of his delegation to leave. On the way out, like, Driscoll kind of nicks on the side, and he steps toward Kat. And he just sort of looks her over, and he's like, "I would have figured you, of all people, would have sided a little differently."
She like lifts an eyebrow at that, and she's like, "What way do you think I side?"
He kind of
Oh God,
Hi,
you're getting
Finley.
rated.
How was your Gardic phone collab? How'd that go? You are coming in sort of the middle, well, that tail end of it was
Good
a
work, soldier.
negotiation.
Yeah, it was literally all politics, guys.
You missed a heavy role playing session of our cast of characters basically negotiating the future of the planet that they're on.
There was a lot of money talk too. I thought Travis was riding for a second.
Yeah. Also, Storm, thanks for the follow. As I was saying,
In which the future of the planet is mostly decided by a hacker, I guess.
Good work, soldier.
It could have been Rumi.
Yeah, like, at least it was not Romy.
yeah. I will
Good
thank
work,
people
soldier.
for all those follows in a second. As I was saying though, Driscoll kind of looks at Kat, and he's looking
Good work, soldier.
at you, not entirely. You can tell that like he's
Good work,
trying to
soldier.
decide if what he thought about you is true or not. Like he's looking at you considering something. And he goes,
Good work, soldier.
"Maybe I'm wrong about who I think you are. But I would have thought you would have sided more in alignment with the mining guild. But I suppose everyone makes choices for different reasons. However,
Good work, soldier.
if you are who I think you are, the mining guild still thanks you for what you've done."
Kat looks a little bit startled at that because she's not used to having to do too much poker face in person. And then she just goes, "My goal is to do what I think is right. That's who I am."
Sometimes what we think is right and what we think we need to do to protect ourselves is not always the same thing.
Good work, soldier.
Kat goes, "Yeah, that's why the blade cult has almost killed me several times."
You don't want to be friends with Holland. But I can't change your mind if that's what you decide you need to do. I appreciate what you've done, but I won't agree with everything that you do after that.
She just shrugs and goes, "That means you're not an idiot."
I appreciate the compliment, but I'm not sure that really means much. He kind of gives you a polite nod and leaves.
Remy throws him a scone for the road, since nobody took any.
No one wants your salty scones.
Just throw the scone at his head because he just like insulted. Okay.
They're good for you. It's like hardtack.
Also, in a quick pause, thanks for the follow to Glass, Jackroll, Batter, Monstera, Andiest, That Half Persian, and Colosso. Nice to see you guys. If you are not familiar with my tabletop streams, this is Wayfar, Adventures on the Edge of Space. It is my sci-fi spaghetti western set.
Good work, soldier.
Ponies, thank you for the follow. This is set in Lancer. Lancer is a tabletop RPG system. It is kind of giant robots.
Good work, soldier.
Western, I guess, is what the system is best described as. You are like on the edge
Think
of space.
Escaflowne, but Western.
I mean, yeah. Also, wait, did that not? Oh, hold on. That reward request didn't go through. Let me refund that for you so that doesn't use your points. And I get that to work now. Nope. I will play that manually for you. It's gonna be real scuffed because I gotta trigger it manually. Hold on.
Costs more to
Pretend
do it
it
manually.
triggered by
You
itself.
took too long. Now your candy's gone.
Requested it.
That's what
Does
happened.
that mean I can do stuff and it won't work and you'll have to do it?
You took.
There we go.
I do not even know what that's from.
That is from Bee and Puppy Cat. It's great. It's a great show. Yeah, sorry. My redemption things were acting up. It should work now next time someone redeems one. But yeah, no, so it is giant robots. Oh, yep. Now it works properly. Thanks, Video Redeems. Yeah, Lancer's giant robots RPG Western style. It's about like nitty-gritty narrative combat when there's combat and deep storytelling about it is mostly
Silly
about
stuff.
players telling you what they do. Like in Lancer, generally you don't fail rolls. You succeed with consequences.
Oh, and the consequences.
I do still do pass fail rolls for non I don't want to call them hostile, but like non what's a good word to use? I guess non-hostile actions. Like you can still fail like discerning results and things. But We run this every other Sunday. We've been running this campaign for a year now.
Over a year
Over
since
a
March
year.
2020.
Yeah, March 2020. Yeah.
We're like 2 weeks in.
Yeah. 21 episodes technically.
I mean,
There's
that's not true because a lot
I
of
know.
time has actually passed.
Yeah,
We would
because
just
we slept through
cryogenically
like
frozen.
9
yes.
months of it.
In universe, I think about a year and a half has passed. Ish. They are on the planet Wayfar. They're dealing with an organization called the Blade Cult, which is a mercenary cultist organization made up of soldiers who, because in the far future cloning technology exists, they basically go into battle purely intending to fight to the death. They don't surrender, they don't give up, and they consider it like almost a religious rite to die in battle.
They're shitty Vikings, so they don't actually get Valhalla.
Yeah,
Klingons.
it just the whole idea is if you die fighting, it makes you a better warrior, which arguably it doesn't, but
Yeah,
like that's what
yeah,
they
no.
believe. They've
Like I said, shitty Vikings.
they've previously assaulted this planet, and they sort of made a resurgence, and our players have sort of dealt with the aftermath of the world
They
basically
made friends
changing
with their
around them.
leader.
Friends is a strong word.
I mean, the guy just said that we're making friends with Holland too. I don't know what friends means on this planet, okay?
Yeah, this is true. But yeah, if you are
Friends
interested,
seems to apply to anyone you know who hasn't yet killed you.
yeah, that is true.
What if they like just destroyed your mech?
You're not a friend.
Yeah. We've got some party infighting. Someone kind of blew up a mech and almost killed one of our other players. It was kind of a
glorious,
messy
though.
scene. If you are interested in this, I do keep a VOD on my YouTube page, which I believe is under my links. If not, they should be. Hold on, are they actually on there? I thought they were, but I could be wrong. Yep, there it is. I do have a YouTube. It does have an archive of all of the previous sessions, all 21 of them. They go up about 2 weeks after each premiere. They are long. They are uncut. Some of them are 6-7 hours. The more recent ones are 3 to 4. There's a lot. There's a lot of storytelling that has happened across 22 sessions. Some are longer than others. If you're interested, feel free to look. Watch them at your leisure. I will understand if you do not want to watch 21 3 to 6 hour long VODs. that's okay. But if you're interested, they are there.
I'd say you could try to like put them on and go to sleep to them, but we shout a lot,
Yeah,
so
we
that
do.
doesn't really work.
We promise we won't randomly go to a band playing music in the middle of it, so you're safe.
If you are interested in
think you can
tabletop
promise that.
RPGs in general, though, I do recommend you look at Lancer RPG. If you like Mecha, it's a fun system. If you like tabletop RPGs in general, it's a fantastic system. Strongly recommend. But thanks for the raid. Thanks for staying. Thanks for the follows. Back to the story, though. After Braden Driscoll leaves, you're basically left in the room with Alva Mason, who kind of gives a sigh of relief, and he's just sort of like, well, that was a negotiation, I suppose. It could have gone worse.
Cat side eyes him and it's like there was no declaration at war at the end. It could have gone much worse.
I mean, I think we're still technically in the Civil War. So, I
Like
don't know
Holland
if...
didn't declare war.
That's true. But, thanks for the assist. I've got some things I need to think about. He kind of pauses. And he kind of looks at you, sort of considering everything that had been said. And he asks, so now that they're not in the room, what actually is your thoughts on Holland?
Cat just says, that is a difficult. I don't really trust corporations. Then she pauses, but I don't really trust most governments either. And she's like, and it takes a good day for me to trust humanity.
Mason kind of chuckles a little bit. Like, well, trust problems are complicated, but I hope that
A therapy session.
I hope that by the end of all of this, you can trust me a bit more.
Cat just pauses and says, look, the deal with Holland is, to a certain degree, I trust that Barnett isn't evil for the sake of being evil. She's like, I don't always know what he's planning, but he seems to be fairly common sense and reasonable, even though he's quite clearly very ambitious. She's like, so make of that what you will.
You have a complicated relationship with your boss.
She goes, yeah, he became our boss because he blackmailed us at first.
You have a very complicated relationship with your boss.
After Kat said that, he was about to say something, but then he shut up, remembering that it was pretty much his fault that they were blackmailed.
Yeah, it was.
I mean, so far, like, everyone has done something to screw the team over, so, um,
What's Harker done?
Get noticed and
Freaking
recognized by
Blade
the Blade
Cult!
Cult.
But isn't that only screwing him over?
No?
No, because now he knows he's a member of the team. He knew all of us.
I mean, when the big bad of a hostile organization points you out in the middle of a battle, and it's like, I know you. You have possibly drawn too much attention to yourself.
I mean, yeah, if Harker had just run away from everything after that attention was drawn, but when he continued going on missions with the team, that is now the team knows about it. That is now the entire team has the target on them.
Actually, I would like to point out, Masahiro Musashi pointed out Harker and was like, I know you. It's like, he was just like, don't think I forgot about you. I don't think Harker ever actually explained what that meant.
Did. Because I thought like they cornered Harker later. I was like, why the fuck does he know you? Like, what was that about? And that's when he awkwardly told them what happened.
Yeah, I think he did tell them.
Yeah, he awkwardly told them when he had to.
When he had to, like 20 sessions later almost. It was like 10 or 15 sessions later. It was well
I
past.
mean, like, that's sort of the trend of our team, though, is we don't tend to go like, oh, but, like, I mean, like, yeah, we don't tend to go like, oh, yeah, by the way, this person wants to be dead until we have to.
It's like, hey guys, I may have put a target on our back. I'm sorry. I mean, that was what, session 1 that happened? 1 or 2?
Yeah,
It-
it was right.
it was like
in
2.
between because it was a downtime action.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it was like session 2. That was a fantastic start to the campaign. It's like, hey, this one organization that we are in conflict with, they kind of hate me now.
Well, and then immediately Al finds out that like the other organization that is hiring them was who he went to get blackmail on other people.
Yeah, that was a fun discovery. It's like, hey, I have this guy who is gonna help us blackmail this organization, so maybe we can get a deal out of it. It's like, oh wait, that's my new boss. Oh,
Whoops. Never thought it was perfect.
yeah, it's been a wild ride of a story. But yes. So Alpha Mason just kind of, he honestly just kind of shakes his head and goes, I can't even imagine trying to live your life.
Cat replies, I'm actually surprised we still are living our lives.
He kind of shakes his head and goes, well, as long as I keep things running, you don't have to worry about that, I suppose.
Cat goes like, well, I hope so, but we still gonna have to go against the Blade Cult, so I'm not sure about that. Hopefully they do not target the cloning centers
He kind
that
of
they did before.
nods and goes, yeah, let's hope it doesn't come the push comes to shove.
He kind of gives this like bright grin that is obviously not sincere. And it's just like, well, I mean, last time they focused on the Lancer cloning facilities, but this time the ones they most want dead aren't even in the Lancer Guild. I mean, location wise, so they'd be targeting the cloning facilities at this level.
He kind of shakes his head and he's just like, I don't even want to think about that right now. I've already got enough on my plate.
She's like, don't think about it right now. There's no reason to. You've got stuff to figure out.
He kind of sighs and he's like, honestly, sometimes it feels like the best solution would be to work with them on a solution, but I don't even know what that solution would be.
Work with who?
The Blade Cult. They're the ones who want us dead.
Cat kind of stares at him and just goes, yeah, no, they would still want us dead. Like everyone. They don't have any use for people who are not fighters. They just need a
Yeah, that's a
skeleton
bad
crew.
idea. Al chimes in.
Maybe. But can't blame a guy for hoping.
She's like, no, I get it. The leader of the Blade Cult actually seems a somewhat reasonable guy. The problem is all of his followers are lunatics who just want to kill. And he has to let them do that or he'll lose control out of them.
There's no chance for peace if you try to side with the Blade Cult in any way. And diplomacy is suicide. Al says.
Alva kind of just resigns himself to a bit of a sigh. And he's like, Well, you gotta figure something out. But I'm not gonna trouble you with that today. Hopefully, I don't have to trouble you with it ever. But judging how things are going, I have a feeling you'll get involved again, no matter what I think.
Kind of just like looks like she objects to that. It's just like, we were only here today because you asked.
He nods. He's like, and I appreciate it. I meant more on the greater Blade cult situation. But
Oh, that yeah. No, the Blade Cult wants us dead. You're right. We're going to be involved in that. Unless you want to find a retirement for us on another planet.
he kind of looks
I
at
have one in
you.
mind, says Al.
He kind of looks at you as, I'm not sure I can fund a retirement of my own, so
She's like, then I guess we're stuck here.
seems like it.
She kind of gives a laugh and kind of waves her hand. And it's just like, don't worry about it. Just do what you can for the people of the planet.
That I can do.
And then, like, so she starts to leave because she figures it's over. But then she comes back. And if the Blade Cult kills us in a huge battle, make sure we get better titles than the whole incident a while back because those titles sucked.
He kind of shrugs and he goes, I mean, I feel like that's going to be up to the people to decide.
No, it goes with what the newspapers report. You can tell the newspapers how to report us dying, okay?
I can certainly try.
And she's obviously joking about all this. She doesn't really want to die to the Blade Call, which is weird.
Yeah, that's weird. I don't. It's like
I don't understand her motivation now.
You don't want to get like murdered inside your giant robot suit. That's fine. Well, you don't have a giant robot suit. You have a tiny robot suit.
And I almost was murdered in it, but that was courtesy of Romy.
Listen, friendly fire.
Remy kind of jerks awake when she hears her name. Oh,
Friendly fire is always a risk.
No,
especially
and
with
the
friends like
deliberate
Remy.
explosion.
Well, most of her explosions, she can pick who gets hit, and she just kind of didn't realize.
So yeah. Alvin Mason sort of like sees you out of the office. Thanks again. He thanks you for your assistance. He looks like he's got a long night ahead of him.
I'll leave you the scones to
He,
get you through the night.
I'm not sure he appreciates that, but he thanks you anyway.
You know what? He could maybe use it as like crumbling over something that has no salt.
They're just croutons now.
Remy just made salt.
Well,
With
I just
salt.
think, like, you know, like how you sometimes use like panko, but this would be panko with like a salty flavor, so you just don't like season the meat as much.
It's salty panko with fruit. Because they were
Salty
supposed to be fruit scones, but apparently just have a whole bunch of salt in them instead. Tasty salt scones. Yay.
Yeah, croutons.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, well, like over just like some chicken or something. You could argue that that's like a weird fruit sauce thing.
Yeah. That's an option.
You could just give it to like people in the office who aren't respecting him.
So we
could be
are
like-
reaching 4 hours. That's I think getting toward the end for Kimchi's time. I know it's Memorial Day, but I don't know if you have plans for the day, and I know you wanted to end the round now. Normally.
I'm actually okay.
Okay. Um.
Unless that was you trying to get it out, in which case it is okay to end the session.
Oh, I
Yes.
mean, I was just this, like, we can wrap things up, but it was just like a matter of like, how much do we need to like expedite wrapping up? Yeah. So you
Yeah,
guys,
I think I'm the only one working tomorrow, so
are you doing day shifts again, or?
it's not till 12:45 though, so it's fine.
Oh, okay.
I'm sort of working. I can just do it whenever.
Yeah, no, that does not count.
I mean, it's work, just different kind of work. Freelance work is still technically work. Although, do we call that freelance work? That's really working for yourself, I guess. I don't.
Yeah, I'm
And-
freelancing for myself.
No, that's like a writer saying that they have to work tomorrow, but they don't actually. It's up to them
I've
when
got
the
this
book gets done.
got this script due, and my boss is a real jerk.
I mean, you do have a script due, and your boss is a jerk because he set a deadline blindly.
No, I set that deadline with forethought and malice.
Anyways, so you guys presumably head back to your barracks. Unless anyone has, like, a place they would like to go instead.
It's been out
And
all
he
day.
does a drive-by pet of that dog.
I mean, sure, you can do that.
Drive-by pet.
You are welcome to go pet the dog. Although after that, I'm assuming you're going back to the barracks. Unless someone wants to
Cat
go.
probably stops somewhere to get a drink to take back to the barracks, because
The bar. The favorite bar.
she did not really intend to be trying to help decide the politics of a planet. That was not actually her goal for the day.
There's a 21 roll drink back at the barracks.
I mean,
Yeah, but that's just for you, remember?
I will say, technically, yeah, didn't have to.
No. Cat doesn't know when to shut up, though, so...
His actual request was just he wanted some advice.
Remember, we had already
Yeah, but
given
he was kind of really bad at the negotiating thing.
Yes.
He was pretty bad.
Yes, he was. And it definitely would have come out with several different outcomes had not gotten involved.
I just find it amusing that, like, Amon's, like, confused and suspicious about us. It's just like, what? Dude. What's ironic is that this is the straightest they have ever played it.
It's not that he's confused per se. It's more that he would have expected more Holland loyalty.
Has he not been paying attention?
I mean, what he wants you to do and what you do are two different things.
I know, but I mean, like Kat said before they even walked up there that she wasn't loyal to Holland, she was loyal to what would be good for the people.
Yeah, he could still be disappointed.
I think she was rather more loyal to Holland than she would normally be inclined to be, so...
Normally, yes. I mean, he also doesn't, like, check up on you guys all the time.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, if he's aware of the conversations with Barnett, then...
But see, here's the thing. How much is Barnett sharing?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, that is why she just flat out said Barnett's aware, because she has not been, like, at all subtle with Barnett about where her loyalties lie.
Oh, no, absolutely not. Barnett knows.
Yeah, like, she's just, like, she has told Barnett that, like, look, if you're going to take over the planet and actually be good to the people, there's not going to be an issue, but, like, if I have to wait a revolution against you, I will.
I mean, let's be honest. Like, here's the question. Like, Does Barnett's assistant know that Barnett was blackmailing you because he was leaking information to blackmail other people?
That's a good point. I mean, I kind of just always assumed he did because it seemed like he was hardened, that he was just always aware of Barnett's thoughts and actions. Like, like that hardcore loyalty to Barnett.
Maybe he is, maybe he doesn't. Like,
Mm.
that's the mystery there, right?
Right. But that is a good point, though.
Like,
Because I guess I just assumed that he was like that hardcore dyed-in-wool type loyalty to Barnett. And so he's like phrasing it as loyalty to Holland, but
I mean, up until this point, all you knew about him was that he was Barnett's assistant, possibly butler.
possibly lover. We didn't know.
No, except for
We
today,
still don't know.
you saw him show up, and he's definitely an administrator of some sort.
Yeah. So why is he acting as his like butler figure?
I mean, that's the
For
question.
fun?
Also, Barnett is also technically an administrator, so he could be a lower level administrator working under Barnett still.
Armin
Yeah,
could be
but
his
usually
boss.
that's not serve my guest drinks level.
That is true.
Man, this is all sorts of scurry.
Yeah.
I think Barnett is under Armin. Like figuratively, not like in other ways.
Figuratively? Or
Yeah. Meaning company-wise, I think that Armin actually holds more pull. It's just that he puts on a show when you're in the building, so you have no idea how much of a big fucking cheese he is. You just got a view behind the curtain. I'm always going to be a conspiracy theorist when it comes to these games. I'm sorry.
I mean, yeah, I feel like it's legit that if anything, they're the same level, but I don't think Barnett's beneath him. Job position wise.
This command still work?
Hey, phrasing!
Yes, it does. Fantastic.
Dear Lord.
Like, yeah, so you can't tell the chat not to ship when we have been speculating on this since, like, the second episode.
Listen, you can ship NPCs all you want. Don't ship player characters. I'm not going to go into my detailed theory, but there we go.
On shipping or Armin's position in the company? Like,
Or in bed, because that's apparently...
yeah, I'm a little concerned about what part of that entire conversation we just had that whole theory that you have going is attached to.
I made it very clear that my theory was not, in fact, bed related or bedtime related.
I mean, we don't know what happens in that office when we're not there, so maybe it's desk related. I'm not gonna judge.
Maybe there's an entire different uniform that Armin wears than serving drinks when we're not there. I don't know. I'm not the person who wrote the campaign.
I mean,
There's a lot of folks in here, so I mean, you got your own headcanons.
fantastic. Fantastic.
I mean, Barnett is good looking, so... Not unbelievable.
Yeah, that's appropriate.
Meatloaf, get away from my chair. What are you doing?
Like,
I have a cat. Anyways.
Like, no, I understand, but like without context, that's a very weird thing to say.
Sorry, I'm working with Meatloaf to record Bat Out of Hell 4 right now.
Yeah, and he just won't get the hell away from your chair. Like, that's weird.
Digging his claws into it and
I mean,
annoying me at 6 o'clock in the morning to feed him. Like, dude, feed yourself. You're meatloaf. You have thumbs.
I will say nothing you've said is inaccurate for describing Meatloaf. uh anyways. So yeah, so that was today's session. It was a very interesting political uh
It's an
triangle
episode of
that you
Gundam
ended
that you
up
would
in.
skip through, basically.
Hey. Hey. Story episodes are relevant. They don't all have to be mecha battles.
I don't need to know why they're in Odessa. All I want to see is robots punch.
Listen, if you skip through the story episodes...
You know what? My favorite movie is 12 Angry Men.
I was about to say it's the episode of Night Court where they discuss nothing but tort law.
Like, I'm literally like, my favorite movie is 12 Angry Men.
It's a good
So
movie.
I can't say anything about.
I
I
thoroughly
don't know if you
enjoyed
guys
today's
know what
session.
12
I'm just
Angry
being a
Men is.
dick.
Listen,
I had to watch it several times in school.
Monty.
Remy
I
was
thought it was
bored, but that's
amazing the first
Remy.
time I saw it in school.
I would like to counter your point here. If you skip the story episodes and the story portions of Gundam, you wouldn't see Bright slap Amuro.
That is pretty great, actually. I'm not gonna lie. I've definitely cackled out a gif of that on repeat for like 2 minutes straight.
So like that is very important. You gotta have those story moments to get those memeable moments.
True.
Well, yes. So that was a whole ordeal that you guys went through.
You guys, Hawker just like watched the entire time.
So
Al
we get
had
to level up from
one.
it.
Tucker doesn't get involved in political discussions.
Hello, Lexi. How was stream?
I'm sorry.
I mean, Al had his like moment
Brilliant
to
moment,
shine,
he did.
and he threw a lot of peanut gallery comments.
Sorry. Had to throw that theme in there since we were talking about Night Court. Al contributed somewhat.
He did.
He totally did. Wilmy and Hawker just like basically ate the equivalent of popcorn in the corner.
Romy had a nap. Harker was entertained.
Al was bull,
Listening,
and
but
Remy was
I didn't really have anything to contribute to the conversation.
Sir not appearing in this film.
The most he contributed was not falling asleep, which if it had been a lecture in a school or something, he probably wouldn't have stayed awake.
He just stayed awake because he got to see Kat yelling at different people.
Yeah, I mean, he was definitely intrigued. He just didn't have anything like knowledge-wise that he could contribute. So
Remy didn't disrupt. Y'all would have not wanted her to say anything.
No, like I mean that's true. Like Wilmy did the best thing Wilmy could do. So
I mean, clearly today's episode was a cat-focused spotlight episode.
it wasn't meant to be.
It really
Cat
wasn't, but
No, I
apparently
wasn't
that's what it turned
technically
into.
wrong when I said it was a solo episode. I was just wrong
You were
about
just
who it was a solo
wrong
episode
target.
for.
It wasn't meant to be, but it turned into that.
I was just waiting for you to be like, and Al gets stuck in a turbo lift and never makes it to the meeting. Go.
I mean, I guess that means at some point we need like a prison.
I mean Wilmy and Al did have their episode about
We never did
their
get to
beach
have
adventures.
that wrestling, boxing.
Clearly, we
Right.
need an episode now where they have to infiltrate a prison, and Al could be like, "This is my time to shine."
Then fuck up everything.
Ooh, Remy could like get
Especially
caught
since you
and turned
demand a
into
role
prison.
on everything. You would just be like,
It's like
okay, Al is gonna act like a prisoner. Now I'm gonna like show up and you do like a 5. And be like,
it's like Al suddenly
how did Al
forgot
forget?
everything about
I
what
roll
it
when
meant.
it's appropriate.
It's like Al suddenly forgot everything it was to be in prison, and he has apparently just started jumping on a table singing karaoke.
It's fun to roll for stuff. especially stuff that's like ridiculous.
I wasn't like criticizing it. I was just saying the result would be.
You have a tendency to
Especially-
decide to roll when you don't have to, but can, and it always blows up in your
Make-
face.
And it makes great content.
It does make great content. It is
Yeah.
hilarious.
That's what I'm here for. Hi, Meatloaf.
Again, even knowing
Sorry.
that's your cat,
He's here now.
it's just like, oh, you're living with Meatloaf. Okay.
He's being an attention whore right now.
Is he barely
Again, not
17?
describing anything that wouldn't describe Meatloaf.
All my cats are always shut out of the room when. I mean, all my animals actually. So Sonny is not allowed in either.
Meatloaf isn't very vocal, so I don't mind if he shows up near the end of the stream, which he usually does because it's snack time around like 10 p.m.
What would Harker's spotlight episode be?
No idea. I think in this one he kind of just was recognizing that this was definitely like Cat's forte, so he was just trying not to get in the
The
way.
crazy thing is, it's not though.
You were forced into that position, Flight Commander.
Like, Cat is kind of just going like, I'm just pissed off, so I'm retorting because I argue, but she like. I don't know. Maybe it's the future version of Reddit, and she's had too many arguments on it, so she's actually good at like dealing with morons. I don't know.
Wait,
Harker could have like an initial D episode.
is Harker's spotlight episode a Captain Kirk seduced the green alien women episode?
I mean, he could seduce the women, and Cat could seduce the men. It'd be fine.
Like Harker is
Only if it ends
put
up
into
being a
this
salt
area,
vampire.
like, no one actually knows that he has any skills. You just assume he has 0 skills.
I mean,
Harker was
Cat
a
has flat out
captain of a
gone,
ship,
like-
so Harker should, in theory, at the very least, be able to fly a ship in a pinch.
You can.
Right. I mean, and that's why Cat has noticed him talking to pilots and been like, yeah, no, he's an emergency pilot if we need one.
Until I roll a 1 and crash into a tree.
I mean, you have access to one ship, and if you crash that ship, it's not just going into a tree. It is
It
going.
is gonna like destroy a planet.
Into like the sun or something.
It's like the space version of the incident at the Suez Canal.
Yeah, it's a big ship. You are like wrecking like an ecological zone.
Yes.
I mean, did Romy have a spotlight episode trying to break into engineering? Is that the sad spotlight
And
episode?
the bombing of the guy's office.
She was in the background doing that the whole time while other people were doing other stuff, I think.
No, that was pretty much a Romy episode.
It was
Yeah.
Was it?
pretty
Yes.
heavily Romy.
We were all being sane, so we were just doing
We
like
were like in the
grabbing
hallway doing
food
stuff.
and like checking out like the gaming
Oh yeah,
center.
and Romy was
And
just
Romy
running
was like,
around.
Yeah, that episode was largely Romy trying to construct.
and then like the other one was like they were talking and eating food in the village while Romy is trying to
When-
break into and explode.
Yeah, and she
The
was stealing
office.
people's hats.
Why are all the Romy episodes just Romy breaking things?
Because her first skill was blow something up and she wants to use it.
But Romy is technically an engineer. Why does Romy build very few things and mostly blow things up?
Well, she builds stuff too. She built that weird line of drones.
To break something.
Probably wish they could have been blown up.
You built something to break something.
She's a
Is that
chaotic,
not valid?
chaotic engineer.
I just feel like Romy the engineer is less of an engineer, more just a demolitionist.
Well, it means she knows how to take stuff apart, but she knows it's faster to just blow it up.
Knowing is half the battle.
Yep.
The other half is red and blue lasers.
Or never changes. I know that's not the same,
No, no, it is not. It
but
is.
still.
It is plot adjacent, I suppose. Yeah. So this was an interesting episode. It did not go the way I thought it was going to go. So kudos on that, I suppose.
It almost
Well,
really didn't.
well, way did you think it was gonna go?
I thought you were just gonna give him some advice and then leave.
Damn it, we could have done that.
Shit.
Yes, that was literally what he asked for.
Yeah, but he's so like
He told Romy to
Um.
stick around.
he did.
Well, I
And
mean,
he was kind of
Romy
being all sad puppy about
volunteered.
it.
Romy volunteered.
So really,
Romy-
this is Romy's fault.
Romy was like, "Oh yeah, I'm fantastic. I they'll love me." And he was like, "Oh, I mean, if that's the case, do you want to help me?" And Romy was like, "Sure, absolutely, no problem."
I mean, she was right. Hardly any of them would have known who she was because they were almost all different.
I'm just saying, inadvertently, what happened was everyone followed Romy's plan. And if we're being honest, do you ever really want to follow the Romy plan?
I mean, in my
worked.
defense, Al never said that was Romy's plan.
I never knew that was Romy's plan.
Yeah,
is true.
so the Cat was not following Romy's plan.
He got us there in the end.
And Romy did not talk the entire time, which Romy's plan was to control the thing.
True. You were Romy
So-
plan adjacent.
So, like, the key part of Romy's plan was Romy's involvement, but Romy shut up this time.
Except she shut up because it was going the way she wanted.
No, she never shuts up when things go the way she wants.
All
Just
according
as
to
planned.
Keikaku. Translator's note. Keikaku means plan.
Kaku means plan. I found a great thread of translators' notes, which are amazing. Just look up dumb translators' notes. Everyone here, do yourself a favor, look up dumb translators' notes. They're all amazing. I'll see if I can post something in the chat, actually.
But yeah, it definitely did not go the way I thought it was going to go, but that's okay. We ran with it. It got outcomes, and that's all that matters. So, I think we're ready to start wrapping up for the night.
Let me send this first. Everybody go to this link. It's amazing.
Apparently, that is Monty's addition to tonight's end of session. Watch read crazy and weird translator notes.
Yes. I mean, it's on Ranker, so, you know, it's weird, but at the same time, number 4 is my favorite translator's note of all time. Do you remember I've been looking for you, Biri Biri?
No.
Do yourself a favor. And
I
read
feel
this
like
list.
number 1 is specifically making fun of the previously aforementioned. like, there's no way that's not specifically, like, a callback.
Yeah.
Is there anything else you would like to pitch before we wrap up for tonight, Monty?
No, things are really boring right now on my side. I would like to pitch that everybody check out Frog So.
Check out what?
The frogs.
Your
Oh, yeah,
game,
the frogs.
moron.
On that note,
Yeah,
Romy,
check
would you
that out.
like to pitch your game that you are developing?
Yeah, check out the frogs. I am making a Discord for it where you can come and sit in silence with me. It's fun.
Wow.
Where can you get it?
We need
On
to work on your
Steam.
pitching. Okay.
Is it Is it a complete game or is it an early release?
It's a demo right now, and it will be featured at the Steam Next Fest later this month.
It is hilarious, even in demo mode. It's amazing. Just
I added
go.
some stuff too. Now Hera will
Oh,
zap you if you try to like screw with stuff.
I gotta go through and play it again. It's good to it's especially now with repeated playthroughs, like new stuff is gonna get added. It's hilarious, especially if you like
Yeah, and
old.
there's multiple ways to do things. So if you've gone through it once, there's other ways to do what you did.
So,
Yeah.
Since you're all kind of bad at pitching things and they just our player here, Romy Aristophanes, is developing a game called The Frogs. It is currently available on Steam as a demo. Is it just on Steam, or do you still have an itch page?
It's still on. I never had an itch page. It's still on that other one though. God, what was the name of that?
Well, it's on Steam, so it is currently on Steam. It is called The Frogs. It is a point-and-click, old-school style adventure game. It is based on the play by Aristophanes.
Game Jolt.
It is a comedy full of memes and references made with Renaissance art and classical music. I have not played it, if we're being honest. I don't have time for that. However, Monty has found time to play it multiple times, and he speaks highly of it. It is currently
good.
available for free download. Have you updated the demo?
Yeah, I just updated it last week to add a few things. There were a few bugs and a few things not working right.
Okay. So
I
it
posted
is...
the Steam link in the chat.
Yep, there
I
you go.
have a Twitter that I try to post to every day
It
to
is
give like behind the scenes stuff and updates.
currently in development. It is getting updated on the demo if you ever want to give it a try. It is slated for a December release, which
Might turn
Not
into
happening.
a July release.
yeah,
Might turn into a December another year release.
yeah.
Yeah, baby.
Well, I didn't know I was gonna have to spend a month and a half just trying to do social media junk,
I
which has really
mean,
been what's taking up my time right now.
you could consider getting someone to do social media stuff for you while you do development, but that is going to cost you
I
money.
feel like
So,
that costs money.
but if you are interested, feel free to check it out. If you like point and click adventure games, if you like weird humor,
I definitely need feedback. So play it and
my
tell
understanding
me
is
what you
there's a
like or
fair
don't like.
number of puns in there too, right?
Oh yeah, I mean,
Yeah. So if you
there's
like puns and you
plenty
like
of
weird
puns.
humor, then check out the frogs. If you don't, well, I mean,
There's other humor if you don't like puns.
check it out anyway, maybe.
Yeah, there's something in there for everybody.
Just to yourself, watch the trailer. If you like the trailer, you like the game. Period.
Yeah.
If you
Trailer
don't like
nails the tone of the game.
Wait for the next trailer. It'll be a little different.
Watch the trailer now.
Okay,
Check it out later if you don't like the trailer now. Maybe you'll like it then.
I just got the backing of an actual like group of people who sing music, a band. So that's pretty cool. They liked it enough to put their name on it.
There you
nice.
go. There you go. You've got at least 2 people who like the game.
Oh, and let me know if you need I know that there's not going to be like traditional sea shanties, but if you do need recordings of sea shanties, let me know because I'm in a band that does sea shanties.
That could be fun. I'll have to figure out if I can use sea shanties.
All
I
right.
mean, they're pretty much all public domain. Nobody knows who wrote them. They just
see.
kind of happened.
Kimchi, do you have anything you would like to pitch or advertise or
No.
no? Nothing?
I really don't do anything.
You don't have a friend that you hang out with that you're like, yeah, go harass them or something.
Is that a hint? Because I'm not picking up on it.
No, I don't know. I'm genuinely asking a question. Like, I don't know.
The answer is no.
All right, so Kipchi says
I
no.
barely have time to do anything.
I mean, watch Seiji. What do
Yeah,
you want her to
that's-
say?
I don't know. Like,
I,
I'm giving you free reign here. Like, I don't know. Okay, so no. Prey. Anything for you, bitch?
I mean, I don't really do much either. Every Saturday, I might be on. It just depends on the week. I might be on Sky Warriors channel doing Phasmophobia.
Well, there you go. If you like to hear more from Bray while she's hunting ghosts with friends, yes, for those who are already watching me, be sure to watch me. Nailed that one on the head.
Yeah. And there's this guy named Seiji that like streams like very rarely, but like he has good guests when he streams. So
Ah,
I keep trying to push this RPG he does every couple weeks on my Twitter.
listen, it's every other Sunday. That's that's a thing. Also, thanks for lurking. I appreciate the lurk and the shout out there. Well, yes, it is your Monday because
also
you
like
live
people
on
can like
Australia.
cross fingers for me because I'm actually considering reaching out to a couple podcasts and giving them my resume for research. So
Ooh,
Well, there
that'd
you
be
go.
fun.
You might be able to suggest some podcasts that you've done in the future.
yeah, that'd be cool. It'd be very cool if I could.
Psy
Do I know
Warrior.
which one you're talking about?
I-
Probably, maybe.
I am scared to death to reach out to them, but yes, that is
You
who I want to
should.
reach out to.
Psy's channel. If you want to shout that out in chat, feel free to go ahead.
It's just a Twitch. I mean, is it like I don't even. I have to check
I mean,
because she changed. Okay, so now now it's that one. She changed it to Spy Girl from Psy. So
okay. So, it is twitch.tv/spygirl. Saturdays generally.
yes. So Saturdays she does Phasmo usually. Wednesdays I think, or her other day that she does, she normally has other people on, and she often streams for Wounded Warriors.
Okay.
Those are charity
Well,
streams.
see,
so.
there you go. Support charity streams. That's always good. You are mostly there on Saturdays if you're gonna be there.
Yes. Yeah.
All right, so if you want,
I mean,
catch
yeah,
more...
or if like she like nags me to do something, and we have actually joked about like, okay, so we pretend that we used to be in a relationship a lot, which we never have been. And she has jokingly joked about getting her actual ex-wife, who is a therapist, to come on and help us with our relationship problems. So
Well, we don't have time to unpack all that. So
so like yeah, that might she has threatened me with that, and if she wants to do that, I'd have to go along with it. So
I mean, that's
yeah.
just a complicated thing. So let's
yeah, well, no, like
acknowledge
it's
that
like
and move on.
it's like the backstory of the fake relationship was something about her coming from a family of clowns, and that she thinks I'm classist against clowns. And there's been a lot of
Clowns suck.
arguments. There's been a lot of arguments that were totally made up because when we used to play Secret World, she would stream it. And
She should look into Stack Up if she's doing Wounded Warriors stuff, if she's not already involved with them.
I mean, she's usually pretty good about finding the different charities.
Because they do, I mean, it's gaming, like a veteran
Like
gaming channel.
she raised $10,000 for the Malala Foundation.
Oh, that's cool.
So yeah, she does a lot of that.
So there you
Nice.
go.
And
Support
she's
charities.
for those who are interested, she is a vet, as in veteran, not for animals.
That's about to say my
Who
daughter
has
is.
I think she has 3 doctorates.
Really?
But one of them was in psychology.
I mean, I feel like it would have been hilarious if one of them was veterinarian.
she's
Because then she's a
vet.
vet.
Yeah, no. And so she did psyops in Afghanistan, and she openly discusses on her channel the mental effects of having been in war and just mental illness in general. She's very vocal about it and very open about discussing it. And she is a proud member of the LGBT community. So yeah, kind of like that is a place you go to talk about whatever you want and know you're safe. And it's just she loves talking and learning about people. So
Well, see, there you go. That sounds like content that worth watching,
Yeah, absolutely.
worth supporting. Check her out whenever you get an opportunity. That's twitch.tv/spygirl.
oh, and when
I'm
we're playing
following right now.
Phasmo, you can actually go to her channel, and if you spend bits, you can select noises from the game
Ah, yes.
on her.
The sounds.
Oh, that's an
And-
automatic follow.
And yeah, so there are times when she has gone running, screaming out of the house, and because I'll have her stream on but not the sound on, I'll have to stop and be like, "Did you hear something?" I have also screwed her over by us hiding and deliberately playing a noise because I was in the house with her, so I could time it perfectly.
I think we call that being mean, and it's great content. And watching streamers freak out is
Look,
90% of
I
content.
told her not to put up that soundboard, and she did it. So I just use it. I call that being supportive.
Yes. So there you go. That is what our players are doing. If you are interested.
Sure, one more shameless plug in there.
Just say call shameless plugs.
Sure.
There's a guy who occasionally who I'm friends with, who occasionally does like streaming of more like, action focused games like Hunt, Resident Evil 7, that kind of stuff. And he's over at Curmudgeon Gaming. So
Yeah.
I'll throw that up there.
There you go.
If you're into more like aggressive content with a dude who's yelly, like yeah, it's good for you. It's mindless fun.
So the other like 30-40% of streaming,
Yeah,
dude that yells at screen. That's the
yeah,
that's
pretty
the
much.
classic game streamer content.
Yeah.
So yeah, there you go. That's twitch.tv curmudgeon_gaming. Check that out. That's apparently got a endorsement from Al.
I also feel like we missed an opportunity with Al's cat trying to get in the chair by not saying that he just wanted to sleep on it. So I needed to get that out before we went.
And that's Romy, folks.
I actually don't get that joke, and I think I'm glad for it. I assume it's a Meatloaf song joke. I don't.
Yes. They say let me sleep on it like 20 times in a song.
Paradise
which
for the
one?
dashboard lights.
But
Mm.
yeah. On that note, I think we're ready to end the stream today. Thanks everybody who
I
came.
knew it would work.
Thanks for all the follows. Thanks Finley for the raid, and thanks for everyone from Finley Stream who came and followed and hung out. If you like this content, it is about 50% game, 50% us just talking and making jokes and telling weird stories. If that's a format you like, feel free to come back. We run every other Sunday. Sometimes we do skip Sundays because people's schedules don't quite align. If that happens, I try to
Because
stream
life
something else.
sucks.
However, the next scheduled Lancer stream is going to be the weekend of June 13th. I will definitely be streaming on that day. I actually took that whole week off, so you might see more streams from me the whole second and
Is
third
there a
week of
reason you took it
June.
off?
Yeah, I took it off for my birthday.
See, you were trying to hide that.
Well, no, I plan on maybe doing a birthday stream. We'll see what my schedule allows. I don't know if I'll be doing it on the day of or the day after it, but I haven't said anything because I don't have it set in stone yet. However, I will absolutely be doing something on the 13th. That's going to most likely be the Lancer stream. Even if that doesn't happen, I'll still be doing something that Sunday. If you
It's just
can't
whether you want
catch
to put up
these,
with us that week.
the VODs stay up for a little while on Twitch, but they do fall off eventually. So if you are interested in catching old VODs of things that have fallen off, they do get uploaded straight, uncut, onto my YouTube channel. They are completely ported over, no editing, no cuts, all the scuff.
Which means the time, like the first hour, he didn't have audio.
Yes!
That's on there.
Yes, it is, and I labeled that as the ultimate proof that these are completely unedited because that went up there straight.
Well, that was the time that Romy did that amazing thing.
No. That is not what happened because we recapped what happened when the audio cut out. However, if you are interested in catching any of those old VODs, they are on my YouTube. The link is down below. They are long. Old ones are like 6 hours. New ones are like 3 to 4. Understandably very long.
This one's like 5.
Ish. 4 to 5 hours. They're there. Watch them. If you like them, like them. If you don't, that's understandable.
Like him anyways. What are you doing?
Hey, listen. Like or dislike, it counts as engagement. YouTube doesn't care what the engagement is.
Yeah. Put a comment on there. Are we going to read it? Maybe?
I do. I tend to respond when I can. So, if you want to chat at me via comments, I guess that's the thing you can do.
Man, I don't want to go see those comments.
There are only like 2, and one of them was just like, I like that this is a candid thing. Like, this is cool. And I'm like, I'm glad you like it. Hope you can watch the rest.
Yay.
And they're like,
Yeah,
I'm
it's
trying
like
to.
it's very obvious that these players have no idea what the fuck they're doing.
I mean, that's what I like listening to when I listen to real play streams. I don't like the ones that are all.
Oh yeah, like we
Sound like
started
they're-
session 1. Basically, no one knew anything about the game. I had read the book a couple of times, and I'd been in like one campaign that ran for like 3 sessions. So, you know.
And then I came in like session 8 knowing nothing about the game. So if you like seeing people knowing nothing about the game, it's a ongoing thing.
Yeah,
I still don't.
Yeah, we're working on that part.
Yeah, we're still discovering, like, oh, wait, we have been doing this wrong the entire time.
Yeah, that pops up every once in
Yeah.
a while. It's hilarious.
The first 5 mech battles are absolute bedlam. It's amazing.
Oh yeah, and every once in a while we'll be like, "Wait, we've been doing this wrong." Yeah, we have. What are you gonna do? We are actually gonna raid off to.
We're the Wild West of gaming, okay?
Yes.
We just do the things we believe are right.
We are gonna go raid my friend Wanderpuss. She is actually, I think, running a tabletop something today. Yes, she was running a Quest RPG session today. So if you'd like to stick around and give her some views, it would be very much appreciated. If you don't, that's fine. I understand. Either way, I want to thank everybody who came out to the stream today. Thanks for the likes, the follows, the chats, the hanging out, the lurking. All of that's appreciated, and I hope I was at least somewhat entertaining. And if we're not, I'm sorry. But either way,
I'm not.
either way, thanks for coming out, and until next time, stay safe and take care of yourself.
That was fun.